and you are no longer using it, maybe you're done racing for the weekend, whether you really want to be or not, don't forget to return your rental transponders. We love selling transponders. It's a great way for us to make some money. So if you take it with you, we'll be happy to charge you for it. So try to remember to bring it back. I wasn't at the riders meeting because I was out there doing some laps, trying to get some exercise. Since I can't ride my motorcycle, I got to go inspect the track somehow. So we probably didn't tell you at the riders meeting that today's lunchtime podium is going to be 700 Twins Superbike. 700 Twins Superbike is lunchtime podium. I know who the protagonists were in that class yesterday, so we'll see if those same protagonists finish in a similar order. So hopefully you're out there paying attention and know that 700 Twins is going to be our lunchtime podium. We have all the great things for a podium celebration that is, we have a podium. It's actually in the correct place. We got a little PA set up so that you can hear all the great things. Max has got his live stream set up so that we can get our podiums live streamed. And we also have some bubbles, which if you spray on the PA, I will be very angry. I don't know. Maybe I'll just clean it up. Oh, yes, I see her there. Copy, go ahead.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany Wamick.
Woohoo! Give it up for Tiffany Wamick. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for doing that for us. That sounds amazing. Thank you. Attention in the paddock. Rider 922. The knee puck you are currently missing will be returned at lunchtime when the track goes cold and those workers come back in. However, if you need a knee puck, because yours is currently in turn 4, Somehow they have an extra one down at start finish. So if you need one and you don't have a spare, you can go see Barb down at start finish, and she will loan you one that she found on the track yesterday. Remind everyone that we are on first our first race.
Sweet.
Yeah, I don't have eyes on Kevin. I haven't seen him for a while. Copy that. Going that way, I think.
Okay.
While it's still quiet. I have a bunch of medals left over from last night's awards at dinner that people that were not there. That did
Yes,
not pick
please.
up. So if you were the
Most
first
I got
races,
yesterday
you
was
finished
ants
in the
that
top
bit
3
my leg.
positions, novice and expert. Those medals are sitting on the table next to the tech slips. There are still medals from yesterday's races hanging on our display. And then all of the medals for today's races are up here. So if
Well,
you're going to finish in the top
hopefully it was
3,
the ants that
finished in the
crawled
top
up
3,
into Kevin's
going to
underwear.
finish in the top 3, please come get your medals.
I hear Droney. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm shutting up now. Ooh, I see a ground squirrel in my mound.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call, race number 1. Formula 40 middle, Formula 40 heavy. Race 1, second call. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Third and final call. Race number 1. Here we go. Third and final call. Formula 40 middle. Formula 40 heavy. Third and final call. All right, hey, we got bikes on course. We're doing some Formula 40s here. The grid's a little thin, which surprises me, knowing the maturity of the paddock. Hey, in middleweight, we have 788 Jesse D'Amato, 113 Matthew Morse, 470 Stefan Alger, 911 Benjamin Briesler, 980 Jesse Manning, 417 Jeremy Taubman, 57 Tom Montano, 11 Greg Olson, and 3 Stephen Rue. That's a lot of the fast people in Formula 40 middleweight. Formula 40 heavy, 888 Damian McCormick, 804 Max Schneider, 531 Hank Rainey, 984 Michael Macron, 153R Terry Hurd, and 42R of Eugene McMail.
Looks like we only have one so far for the heavyweight group.
Yeah, it looks like our heavyweight class is looking a little thin. Haha, see what I did there? Well, black flag has been taken away. Lights are on. We're going racing. Here they go. I think that race has one expert and two novices in it right now. Formula 40 middleweight, though, does have a full grid. Second wave getting lined up now. Black flag is taken away. Lights are on. Revs are up. Bikes are off. Great start from Stephen Rue and Greg Olson. Greg is trying to make the outside pass of Stephen Rue going into turn one. Rue's got the line. He's going to take that position and hold on to it. This could be a good battle. Greg Olson, Stephen Rue, Tom Montano.
Yeah, and ironically, we got Steven on his middleweight bike, which he's probably a little faster than he is on his heavyweight bike. So he's going to be a tough one to beat today.
I know he's still getting used to riding the bigger bike. He said he was faster on the R6 than he was on the R1, which is kind of backwards, but you got to get used to all that power. Our heavyweight class is all of 3 people, and they're strung out, so we'll be focused on the middleweight class.
Over the wheelie bump, Steven's already got about a 10 bike length lead.
Yeah, watching Rue go through turn 5, he really flicks it in that left-hand turn, whereas everybody else looks like a more graceful arc. Steven riding aggressively, feeling comfortable on the lighter R6. Looks like this is going to be a battle for second place. Stephen Rue really checking out. Tom Montano, Greg Olson, couple bike lengths separating them. Leaders in the heavyweight class coming on a front straightaway. So it looks like it's Hank Rainey, and now I believe the other 2 guys are novices. So it's Hank Rainey, Damian McCormick, and Michael Macron are the only riders out there in the heavyweight class, and they're going to get caught by the middleweight people pretty quick, because Steve Rue just came across start-finish. Greg Olson, Tom Montano. It looks like then we have Stefan Alger and Benjamin Priestler, top 5 of our middleweight class. Stephen Rue already about to catch the back of the heavyweight as they go over the wheelie bump. Steven's going to take him on the outside as they go into turn 5. There you go. Watch Steve flick it into the entry to turn 5. 5A? What do we call that? Greg Olson, Tom Montano going around the lapped rider outside of Riverside. Doesn't seem to affect their race very much. It looks like they're still the same distance to each other as they go over Phil Hill. Watching them as they go.
Steven's already passed the front of the heavyweight bikes. Oh, no, he's catching them right now.
Yeah, that's Stephen Rue is actually right on the tail of our front 2 heavyweight bikes. So he'll have lapped the heavyweight field in another lap, maybe another lap, half a lap. Greg and Tom Montano definitely have a battle going. Tom's about 0.2 seconds behind. Benjamin Priestler, Stefan Alger, Jesse Manning are having a three-way battle. Those bikes are right next to each other. I think that Benjamin is the 911. I think he's on a red bike with the yellow number plate. I'm not sure if I'm reading that correctly, but I can see those three bikes close together on track. I'll keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, I'm watching Tom Montano go into the bus stop right behind Greg Olson. Not sure if Tom is just sitting back waiting for an opportunity or if this is all he's got right now. Oh, Tom closes right up on the back of Greg as they go through Riverside. Tom is definitely feeling comfortable through there. Nothing he can really do with that extra speed, but I think if Tom gets around Greg, he may be able to hold on to it.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to pass.
That three-way battle I was talking about is just coming around a lapped rider again as they go through Riverside. Tough place to go around a lapped rider, putting that lapper in between himself and the people behind him, which will create a gap. Watching those guys go over Phil Hill now. You can see the other two are stuck behind that lapped rider. One line as they go over Phil Hill. All right, Rue comes across, start finish now, having lapped the heavyweight field. Cross green and whites are out. Tom and Greg are having a good battle. As they go into turn one, Greg Olson is still maintaining it. Tom Montano's right there. Cross green and whites are flying. Track is clean and green. We're going to go to first call. Race number 2, first call. That is Formula 40 lightweight, AFM lightweight, Formula singles, and American twins, which is brought to us by GP Suspension.
It's like Greg and Tom are still going at it. Tom gets really good speed over through Riverside.
It's like a big speedway, Talladega Speedway, right?
Oh, he's getting a run on him. Couldn't see, but looks like Tom might have put a move onto Greg going into Phil Hill. Looks like Tom did get ahead of Greg. Let's see if he pulls out a little bit of a gap now.
Yeah, based on the lap, Greg has slowed down just a little bit, 55.2. Tom doing it 54.7. I think Tom has got this position sealed up unless he makes a mistake.
Yeah, Tom's opening up a little bit.
That's kind of what we thought, is that once Tom got out in front, especially as they go through Riverside, it looked like he had more speed in some of the longer, faster corners, and he's definitely stretching away from Greg Olson now as they go through Riverside. Clive's up here with me. We're looking for anything interesting happening out there on track, and the most interesting battle is, I think that is 911 again of Benjamin Priestler and Jesse Manning, 980. I have to double check that. Red bike seems to be the only real action. Those two have been kind of stuck together the whole race.
Steven Rue getting the white flag, 1 lap left.
Yeah, actually looking at our live timing map, if you've ever used the website, you can actually look at the map. It's not perfect because we don't have sector times, but it really helps when I'm like, wait, who are those two people together? And look at that. I look at my little map, and it is, in fact, 911 and 470. So it's Jesse Manning, Stefan Alger, who are the ones that are having that battle that we were looking at. Only real battle happening out on track. Meanwhile, white flag is flying, so we're going to go with attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race number 2, second call. Race number 2, Formula 40 Light, AFM Light, Formula Singles, the American Twins Unlimited, brought to us by GP Suspension. You are on second call. Oh, who is that side by side as they go down into watching our live stream right here? I think that is our Jesse Manning. What did I say? Stefan Alger battle, and those guys are coming. I've lost them. I was watching them on the live stream. They were side by side going into some corner. Now I cannot recognize where they are. Looking at them on our live stream, they're coming out of turn 2. They were side by side for just a second. I guess that was into 1, but now they have separated as they go through up and over Cotton Corners. Well, so much for that battle, because it looks like that was Stephen Alger, I think, is on the 470 bike, has gotten ahead of Jesse Manning and has made a pretty big gap out of it.
Looks like Steven Rue for the win. Kind of made that one look easy. Tom did a good job pulling in second place. It looks like Greg maybe just decided to cruise it in.
Yeah, watching Greg Olson come back now, was that, assuming that is Greg, yeah, that is, that he definitely slowed down there. So I'm not sure if he was working through a problem, but definitely Greg dropped off the pace there at the end. Checkered flag is flying. Track is clean and green. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. We are going to go to third and final call. Third and final call for race number 2.
Race number 2 will be Formula 40 Lightweight, AFM Lightweight, Formula Singles, and American Twins. And American Twins is sponsored by GP Suspension.
We are on third and final call. I only see one motorcycle down there. Hopefully we got some more coming.
Boy, that's a good look coming through the paddock with all the baggers.
All the bikes out of Geezer, Jeremy Friedman, all lined up. Here come all the baggers. Here come the big boys.
This could be the biggest field we've ever had for the baggers. This is impressive.
Man, I'm kind of bummed. I'm looking at Jeremy Friedman on his Pan America. He doesn't have his bagger again. I know they've been working on that bike. I think Jeremy may be riding his commuter. All right, so as we get bikes taking course, we have a fairly packed field of American Twins Unlimited starting at the back. 916 of Richard Gann, 756 Chris Keys, 528 Douglas Ramey, 321 Jeremy Friedman, 157 Carbon Merrill, 101X Eric Schiller, 770 Mike Strozzi, 316 Brian Wamick, and on pole 404 Nicholas Renoni. We only have one bike in the Formula Singles at 741, Isaiah Thigpen. We only have one bike in AFM Light, 758, Ellie Mellon. Formula 40 Light, we have a handful of bikes, 739, Eugene Begaden. 703 at Sumi Sumiya. 7975, Philip Burkhart. 215, Christian Cepeda. 85, Luke Easterman. 29, Brian Bartlow. And 223, Dave Moss. The front of the Formula 40 lightweight field could be an interesting battle. I think the American Twins Unlimited is going to be an interesting race no matter what. Watching our live shot, looking at all those baggers going through the S's. You'd think we were on a club ride.
It's definitely going to be the best sounding race of the day.
Yeah, since we don't have a lot of bikes at Open Twins anymore, listening to the thunder of those big twins coming off the starting line, I think you're either going to hear it over in Bakersfield.
Dave Moss gridding up in pole again.
Yep, last of these front row getting into place now. Black flag is covering the starting lights. Black flag has been lifted. Lights are on. Revs are up. Light is off. Great start by Brian Bartlow, who does a massive wheelie because he's Brian Bartlow. Brian Bartlow is easily going to take the whole shot into turn one, followed by Dave Moss, and I think that is Luke Easterman behind him. Dave and Luke are probably going to be faster than Brian because he's going to be on his Ninja 500. They're both on Aprilia 660s, but Brian definitely owned the turn one whole shot. Second wave is about to get off. Hopefully they launch. No, they're going to launch Ellie by herself.
Suppose you could have just jumped the start and not really had any consequence.
Right. What are they going to do? Dock her a lap? She could have just chased the other bikes. It would have been nicer to let all three of these waves go together so at least that Ellie and Isaiah had a chance to race with somebody. I'll bring that up at the next board meeting. Meanwhile, here we go. The thing that we've been waiting for. All the baggers are lined up. Bikes are in gear. Revs are coming up. Black flag is covering. Black flag is away. Light is on. Oh, somebody's trying to jump the start. And then they're off. Oh, Brian Wamick did a big wheelie. Of course he did. Who is that going in a second? Probably Jeremy Friedman, who is, what do we call him? Jeremy Holeshot Friedman for a reason.
Should have a decibel meter by the starting line next time.
Yeah, so we're up here. It looked like one of our riders got a little aggressive with the start. I can't see the lights because they're sideways. It looked like he reacted to maybe lights coming on, something along those lines. He did not go at lights off, and then everyone blew past him. So unfortunately, that rider's going to get a little bit of a time penalty.
Barlow coming across the line to lead the first lap with Dave hot on his tail, and he might get by him in turn 2. It's getting pretty close.
All right, Formula 40 light came across. Dave Moss and Brian Bartlow may have a battle. Luke Heasterman's a little farther away. We're waiting for the big bikes to come by. Looks like Isaiah has gone past Ellie already because Isaiah is very fast on that little 250 single cylinder. Here come the big boys. Rolling through the S's now, about to come onto the front straightaway. Let's see who's going to be leading this race. I am not shocked to see if I believe that is Jeremy Friedman, followed by Brian Wamick. Oh, yep. So we added a whole bunch of bikes, but nothing has changed as far as results so far. Dave Moss has gotten around Brian Bartlow. We didn't see where that happened, but he's got a several bike length lead. Those guys are going to get in the back of the American Twins pretty quickly. Looking at the front of American Twins, here we got Wamick and Friedman. Again, not a surprise. Brian Wamick riding very aggressively. I watched him earlier being, I am wrong. That is Wamick in front of Friedman. Brian Wamick has gotten around Jeremy Friedman somewhere. Now, I'm going to give Brian. He absolutely deserves this, but Jeremy is on his, I believe that is his commuter bike, and it potentially is on street tires. Nolan Loop, if you could let me know what's happening out there. You've got a little more of the inside scoop. Watching Brian and Dave Moss making their way through the bagger traffic as they're going through the Riverside. A very big speed differential there. So the baggers got some speed when they get straight up and down, but in the big, fast sweeping corners, that's where the sport bikes really make the difference. Brian Wamick, Jeremy Friedman coming on the front straightaway now. Brian riding. Oh, you can see Jeremy's definitely got the speed as he goes into turn 1. Jeremy Friedman takes over the lead. Now, I don't want to say that's cheating. Brian riding an air-cooled push rod V-twin, whereas Jeremy is on, I believe that's an overhead cam liquid-cooled Pan America motor. So slightly different power there. Cross green and whites are out. Track is clean and green. We're going to go to first call for race number 3. First call race number 3, which is Open Superbike, brought to us by Daredevil Motorsports, as well as Middleweight Superbike, brought to us by Moto Logica. You guys are on your first call. Looking for battles out there on the track somewhere. I see a couple of bikes going over the wheelie bump. I'd like to see the baggers wheelie over the wheelie bump. Max, if you can get a photo of baggers wheeling over the wheelie bump, that would be the photo of the weekend. All right, I believe I am looking at Brian Wamick taking an inside away from Jeremy Friedman. What corner is that, Max? Coming through the sweeper. Ah, yes, into the sweeper now. That was over Phil Hill. Brian doesn't have the speed that Friedman does on his bike, but he is very quick in the corners, and he's really aggressive. Like I said, the way he flicks the bike left to right. I'd like to ask him about that because I know it's not a lightweight motorcycle, but he gets it to change direction very well. Watching Jeremy try to close up onto them into the final corner as they come onto the front straightaway. This is where Friedman will have the advantage with his Pan America motor. You can see him just suck the paint right off of Wamick's bike as they go down the front straightaway. Brian's going to have all the hard work to do again. What I'm not sure of is, does Friedman get him at the line before the line? So if this comes down to a last lap battle, will Jeremy Friedman have the ponies to get him at the line, or will Brian be able to take that win? Meanwhile, we'll keep our eye on them. Here's our, I want to say leaders because our real leaders from the earlier race, but American Twins leaders is what we're watching now. These guys are putting on a show. This is American Twins Unlimited for you, an older pushrod Buell versus a newer Pan America motor. Jeremy's still holding on to that lead as they go through Riverside. Brian Wamick definitely pulling up onto his tail. Brian Wamick's got all the speed going underneath. As he tries to go underneath into Riverside. Has to think better of it. Gets back in line. Underneath Riverside is a brave place to make a pass. I think Brian Wamick qualifies as brave. Watching our live stream footage, which allows us to see all kinds of fun things. Watching those guys go through the sweeper. Here's where Brian's got the advantage over Jeremy, but there's nothing you can do. It's a single file line. They're about to catch some lap traffic in front of them, so that'll be interesting. Single file line as they go through the S's onto the short straight before the final corner. Jeremy easily blows through the lap traffic. Brian Wamick gets held up a little bit. Now they're going to go through the final corner. Jeremy's going to get hung up behind the lap riders. They come onto the front straightaway. That's going to allow Brian to get a little bit closer. Jeremy's definitely got the power here, so now Brian sucking the paint off of one of the 400s from the lightweight class. White flag is flying. Track is clean and green. We're going to go to second call, so attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. It is second call, race number 3. Second call, Open Superbike, Middleweight Superbike. Again, second call. Yeah, here I'm looking at our Twins leaders going over the wheelie bump now. I'm not quite sure who's who at this distance. I guess I could get out my binoculars and figure it out, but instead I can tell Brian Wamick is second place by the way that he flicks that bike over, trying to get on the tail of Jeremy Friedman. Brian, we know he's got speed going through Riverside. Let's see if he's going to do something brave. Not close enough. I think not close enough. Brian Wamick right now looking at about a 4-bike gap, but he closes right up on the back of Jeremy Friedman using his speed advantage there. Not close enough to do anything as they go through the left-hand kink, catching him on the live stream going up and over Phil Hill. Brian Wamick tries to come up on the inside. Nowhere to go there. Oh, I can see Brian's bike kind of bucking and weaving as he comes down the hill. No, I'm not sure if that's the quality suspension of the Buell or just the quality of the track.
I believe they're still on their second to last lap, so they got one more to go to battle it out.
I don't think so. I think that they are on their white flag lap. This is it. Jeremy's got the lead here, which he would take. So let's see if Brian's going to go for some kind of desperate pass into turn 14. Not close enough. Jeremy Friedman's going to tip it in. He's definitely got the power, so Brian is going to get stuck in second place. It's closer than I thought, but Jeremy Friedman with the power takes the win in American Twins Unlimited. They put on a show for us. There weren't any of the other bagger bikes near those two, but they are definitely a class ahead right now. Dave Moss taking the win in the lightweight class. Brian Bartlow, Luke Heasterman, finished like I thought it was going to. Meanwhile, checkered flag is flying. Attention in the paddock. Third and final call, race number 3. Race number 3, third and final call. Checkered flag is flying. Most of the bikes have seen it. Third and final call. Third and final call. Clive and up here, we're a little confused up here because we saw Jeremy and Brian, who are so focused at going at each other that they took the checkered flag twice. Most of the bagger field has already come in and pitted, and they just took a second checkered flag. I don't know if they didn't notice the first checkered flag or if they just wanted to keep battling each other for an extra lap. But Jeremy and Brian, I think you got a bonus lap on that one. All right, bikes are on course. We got middleweight superbike and open superbike. Oops, I covered my thing here. I can't see stuff. Our open superbike is brought to us by Daredevil Motorsports, and we're going to start with our middleweight superbike, which is brought to us by Moto Logical. Hey, I got to read some names here. I'm getting distracted. We got, starting with our middleweight superbike, 788, Jesse D'Amato. 428, Marcel Mall. 765, David Weddle. 911, Benjamin Priesler. 845, Wilfredo Calderon. 822, Adam Thiessen. 980, Jesse Manning. 701, Jonathan Merrill. 989, Evan Edge. 773, Jason Mura. 421, Nick Iovaci. 77R, Luis Rose. 707, Henny Tratau. 417, Jeremy Taubman. Was Jeremy out there in the last race? I don't think so. Let's see if he's out there for this one. 57, Tom Montano. 11, Greg Olson. 11, Greg Olson. Ugh, my tongue is tied. 3, Stephen Rue. Open Superbike. 804, Max Schneider. 531, Hank Rainey. 984, Michael Macaron. 8, Jeff Rose. 887, Jared Diamond. 779, Nick Raleigh. 222, Jeff Graham. 153R of Terry Hurd. 333 of Jason Nelson. 42R of Eugene McMail. And number 2, Ryan Shue. And we know that Eugene didn't take the start in his other race. Maybe he didn't want to get up that early and do that Formula 40 race. So hopefully he's out there for this one. He put on some entertaining racing yesterday. We'll be missing him if he's not out there.
Boy, that BMW of Terry Hurd is pretty beautiful. I think it looks amazing. Looks like we're missing our 2 front grid spots for open superbike.
I see a couple more bikes coming up through. Is that Ryan? Yeah, I think that is. No, that is our 5th place bike. That's Jeff Graham I'm looking at. So we're missing our front 2 starters. No Ryan Shue, no Eugene. Bummer.
Lights are on. Bikes are off. Looks like Jason's got the whole shot. Got through turn 1 clean.
Getting our second way lined up here. Black flag covering the red lights. Black flag has been lifted. Lights are on. Revs are up. Lights are off. Bikes are away. Great start from Tom and Steven at the same time. Not such a great start from Greg Olson.
Tom is going to get the whole shot. That's a good start for him. Greg just missed it by a little bit on that start. Jason going through the bus stop, holding that lead. Got a couple bike lengths.
Clive, can you tell who that's behind him? I want to think it's 153R of Terry Hurd, but I can't tell.
I believe it is.
Looking at middleweight leaders coming over the bus stop, that is Stephen Rue, Tom Montano, Greg Olson. These 3 played this game earlier today. So far, if it ended like this, it would be the exact same results we had in the Formula 40 race. Here we go. Leaders on the front straightaway. Can tell Jason Nelson really easily from his shininess. Yeah, I got it right. Yay, Terry Hurd. That's Terry Hurd, Jeff Graham. That's our top 3. Jason Nelson, Terry Hurd, Jeff Graham. Leaders in the middleweight coming through. Start finish now. Stephen Rue's got a pretty solid lead over Tom Montano. Greg Olson right behind him. I'm sure Greg would like to get some payback from a race earlier today. He's got a little bit of work to do at 3 or 4 bike lengths back.
And Stephen at the 155 on his first lap, so he's got some really good pace for this race.
Jason Nelson, Terry Hurd. Jeff Graham is too far back to be a contender in the overall win. Terry Hurd is close enough that if Jason has any kind of bobble, he's there. But Terry's still 3 or 4 bike lengths back. Oh, yeah, I can tell where Stephen Rue is just by the way he flicks it into turn 5. Stephen Rue goes around somebody as they go into the bus stop. Tom Montano, Greg Olson are going to have to work through that same piece of traffic. Is that going to do anything to them as they go into Riverside? They're going to catch that lapper in a pretty bad place. Is Tom going to get hung up as they go through Riverside?
Yeah, it's a tough spot to catch lap.
Oh, throws it underneath the lapped rider, hanging Greg Olson out to dry. Single file line as they make the left-handed flick coming out of that before they go up into Phil Hill. Oh, Terry Hurd has gotten around Jason Nelson. I'm sorry I missed where that happened. We were watching the middleweight battle.
Wonder if Jason made a mistake because he had a pretty good pace on Terry.
So with that said, we can take a quick look at our last laps, and we see that Jason Nelson dropped to a 53.3. So I'm going to go with what Clive says, that maybe he made a mistake somewhere because that's a pretty significant time difference.
And Terry's already opened up a little bit of a gap on Jason.
Yeah, Terry must have some extra speed, or Jason's just kind of come off the pace a little bit. Terry's stretching away, so that goes. There went that interesting battle on track. Looking for leaders of middleweight. Stephen Rue coming through the bus stop now. Tom Montano a good 15 bike lengths back. Looks like Greg Olson is another 10 or 15 bike lengths back, so that race is over. Cross, green, and whites are out as Terry Hurd takes the crosses. Jason Nelson coming after that. Track is clean and green. We're going to go to first call. Race number 4, first call. Race number 4 is 700 Twin Superbike. 700 Twin Superbike is our lunchtime podium, so I hope you guys bring a little extra. You know, and for you're fighting for a spot of additional glory. We are on first call. Race number 4, 700 Twin Superbike, 450 Superbike, 350 Superbike, California Vintage Superbike. Hey, everybody's on a Superbike. First call.
Terry's still got the lead, but Jason's not letting him get away. So we'll see if he has anything for him the second half of the race.
Watching riders come through the wheelie bump. A little crowded right there. I don't know if that's some riders going through lap traffic. It is. Woo, man. You can definitely see the speed differential of riders who have comfort going through those faster corners. Is that Stephanie? Looking at one of the bikes, it's more of the stand-up style. Max has called it out as Evan Edge, just as watching that rider go through the bus stop. The wider handlebars doesn't seem to be an advantage as you're flicking it into the bus stop right there. Stephen Rue coming across start-finish now with a strong lead over Tom Montano. Tom's looking really good out there, but I don't think he's going to have enough to catch Stephen Rue. Now, Rue's still doing 53.6, Tom doing 53.9. Greg Olson has fallen off the pace back into the 55s.
Jason actually was about 0.4 faster than Terry that last lap, so we'll see if he's going to be able to catch up and do something.
Leaders on to front straightaway now to Clive's point. It looks like Jason Nelson has picked up some speed, or is that maybe Terry has slowed down a little bit? Jason Nelson is back in the hunt for the win here.
Yeah, he's definitely closed it up. He's only got one lap to do it, but we'll see if he can get back by Terry.
White flag is flying, but we are holding on our first call for now. We're going to give our workers just a little bit of break because we've been running stuff so clean. So white flag is flying, but we are still on our first call.
Wow, they're really closed up. So we got Terry and Jason getting really tight out there. We'll see if Jason can do something the second half of the lap.
Yeah, riders going through bus stop now. Jason Nelson, two bike lengths back. He's looking racy. If Terry makes any kind of mistake somewhere, watching riders go through Riverside. Doesn't seem to be a big speed differential as they go through the fast corner of Riverside. Riders coming up and over the top of Phil Hill.
Yeah, looks like Terry's riding a little bit of a defensive line, too, as he can make it tough given the BMW's power.
Yeah, it had me confused because there's another BMW out there that's got a little bit of red and white, but it is not the chrome of Jason Nelson. Here we go, leaders into the final corner. Jason's not close enough to do anything at this point.
This is going to be Terry's race. Great job from those two.
Terry Hurd taking the win in Open Superbike. Jason Nelson a very close 0.4 seconds behind. Waiting for third place now. We think it's going to be Nick Raleigh. Checkered flag is flying. We're going to go to second call. Second call for race number 4. 700 Twins, 450, 350, CVSB. This is your second call.
Boy, that last lap of the race, both Terry and Jason threw down their fastest laps in the 151s. So that was a close one.
Yeah, it's interesting. Thanks, Clive, for pointing that out, that both of them did their fastest lap of the race as the last lap. I don't know if Terry could hear him back there and knew he was coming, but they both did their fastest lap there within a 400s. So Jason was coming for him. Oh, we got Ryder off. What is? Oh, wow! Oh, he almost saved it.
We have a rider down, so we are definitely going to have a delay. We may have two separate crashes there on that last lap, so we are on a delay. So we are on a delay. Keep those tire warmers on.
All right, everybody, it's going to be a few minutes. We have a couple of bikes that went down kind of in a big way on the last lap. So Glenn has gone to rider 1. That rider's up and okay. He's gone to rider 2. We're assessing that situation. We still have to pick both bikes up. So you'll know when I know.
And for race 4, just a quick shout out to the sponsors. For 700 Twin Superbike, we have Oculus Financial. 450 Superbike, we have Pro J's Bridgestone. 350 Superbike, we have Eric Kondo Racing. And for California Vintage Superbike, we have California Vintage Superbike. So thank you to our sponsors.
I'm going to call this the Fanaday hustle, as Kevin Fanaday helps push the downed bike in and now hustles back to go get his camera to get ready for the next race. Kevin Fanaday, you know, racer, camera operator extraordinaire, torn worker. Fun Kevin Fanaday factoid, he can, in fact, hand a 20-pound turkey from left to right. Now, apparently, to somebody, this means something. It doesn't mean anything to me, but this is an interesting Kevin Fanaday factoid. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, attention in the paddock. We are ready to go racing again. Track is clean and green. This is going to be your third and final call for 700 Twin Superbike. Race number 4, 700 Twin Superbike, which is our lunchtime podium. 450 Superbike, 350 Superbike, CBSB. This will be your third and final call. We are ready to go racing. So again, friends, we are on our third and final call. Hopefully that does not catch you guys off guard. Get them tire warmers off. Zip them leathers up. Come on down. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Family or pit crew for rider 984. Family or pit crew for rider 984. Please see the race director.
We went to a quick third final call, so let's get down here pretty quick so we can get the race going. Apologies for the late delay, but we want to get rolling with this one.
Let's call this Formula Little Bike. We got all kinds of little bikes out there over our 3 different classes. Clive and I will do our best to keep our eyes on everybody. Look for the interesting battles, but they'll get mixed up quick and we will get confused. we'll take this moment to watch some of our live stream and the wildlife. And in this case, it is actually wildlife and not just koi walking around in the bushes. Unfortunately, I'm not Matt Dunn, and I don't have my bird knowledge, so I can't tell you what bird we're looking at. I can only tell you that it is bird-shaped, and I know that it is not a 20-pound turkey, so it is safe from Kevin Fanaday right now.
All right, bikes are on course.
Hey, we got bikes on course. I got to get some names going out here. We have a bike in California, Vintage Superbike. Unfortunately, he's riding by himself. But I bet you he catches up to some of those 350s and has a good time. So that is number 760 of Tom Nichols. On to 350 Superbike, we have 996 of Drew Vadaleras. 758, Ellie Mellon. 972, Deacon James. 704, Atsushi Sumiya. 88, Lisa Kinberger. 701, Jonathan Merrill. 535, Aberk Yarnary. 83, Pao Vang. 971, Michael Stapler. 247, Nolan Loop. 403, Nicholas Renoni. 769, Hung Lo. 43, Jay Kinberg. Now, Jay and Lisa, look, I know you guys can't hear me because you're out there on the racetrack. Your bikes look too similar. Your numbers with the little circles on the side, I can't tell you guys apart. You guys got to make that a different color. So if you go back and watch this on the live stream, I'm telling you, we got to fix this. 450 Superbike. Alex George starting from the back of the field because Alex George likes a challenge. 739 Eugene Begaden. 975 Philip Burkhart. 939 Sansom Hu. 930 Aaron Pigeon. 707 Henny Tratau. 75 Bob Simmons. 425 Key Ren. 29 Brian Bartlow. 791 Jaden D'Amato. Now, Jaden, and I was talking to Jaden last night. It was dark. We were having a great conversation about racing with Brian. And Jaden, I believe, is on the 400 RR, whereas Brian is on the 500 Twin. They have similar times. Brian being the veteran, let's call him. Jaden being a little bit younger. So I'm looking forward to those two having a good race. 700 Twin Superbike. 700 Twin Superbike. 837 Jeremy Pfeffel. 741 Isaiah Thigpen. 771 AJ Singh. 960 Jan Asmeron. 886 Joseph Bussing. 33 Mark Von Aken. 215 Christian Cepeda.
Item. Lights are out. Good start from the front row, and boy, we got someone that ran right up the inside. They got a really good jump. Looks like it's a novice racer. Dave Moss going into turn 2 with the lead. Lights are on for the second wave. They're off. We got Jaden D'Amato leading Brian into turn 2. Third wave, lights are on. And they are off. We have our lone California Vintage Superbike taking up the last position.
All right, leaders coming on to front straightaway. Dave Moss got a commanding lead. Isaiah Thigpen in second place. I got to tell you, I didn't see that coming. Good job, Isaiah Thigpen, on his little bike. I don't think he's going to catch Dave Moss, but it is possible. Luke Easterman in third. That is our lunchtime podium right there.
Looks our best action is with the 350 Superbike group. They are dicing it up.
That is not uncommon. That class is a pretty tight class. Those bikes are all pretty equal. It's hard to make one a much better Superbike. All those riders are pretty equal. So we get some pretty good battles in 350 Superbike every weekend. Oh, Isaiah Thigpen right on the tail of Dave Moss. Oh, I can see him shaking his head because he made a mistake. He almost ran into the back of him, giving up, and now he's given up all of that speed. Isaiah is all about carrying corner speed on that 250. He had to give it all up to keep from running into the back of Dave Moss there. Isaiah is looking for an opportunity. I'll try to keep my eye on them. That could be a really good battle. All right, we have a new guest up here. Jeff Rose is going to help me keep an eye on all of the mayhem that is all these mini bikes. Watching Dave Moss, Isaiah Thigpen. Look at the speed Isaiah carries through the bus stop. Again, has to check up to keep from running into the back of Dave Moss. Isaiah Thigpen on that small bike, all about carrying corner speed. Let's see, is he going to try to go around the outside of Riverside? Battle of the S's. Isaiah Thigpen going around the outside of Dave Moss, just completely blows past him, carrying all that corner speed. It'll be curious to see if Dave has a chance to do anything about that on straightaway. Meanwhile, the entire gaggle of 350 Superbike is coming on the straightaway at the same time. That is Jay Kinberger pulling out of the draft of Nolan Loop. Jay's going to go for brakes on the inside of turn one. They are 3 wide as they go into turn one. Looking at it, it is Jay Kinberger who takes over the lead in front of Nolan Loop. That's going to make Nolan mad, and that makes me happy.
Nick Renoni hot on their tails, too. We have 5 bikes going into turn 2 right now. I'm looking for Nolan to take a shot back at Jay pretty soon.
Isaiah Thigpen still in front of Dave Moss. They're going to get hung up right behind a lapper as they go down the front straightaway. David just blows right by Isaiah Thigpen, probably with an extra 80 horsepower over the little bike. Okay, maybe 40 more horsepower.
That's just unfair.
Isaiah Thigpen's going to have the hard work to do all over again. I think what's really going to mess those guys up is when they start to get into the back of some of the slower bikes. They're probably going to get in the back of the 350s. Meanwhile, it is very entertaining for us to watch. Probably drives Isaiah nuts. Watching our live stream, Jay still got a little bit of a lead over. Oh, who's that going for the
Nick
inside
Renoni
pass?
trying the inside.
That's Nick Renoni on the KTM.
Gets it done past Mark Lowe. That was nice.
Watching Isaiah Thigpen trying to go around Dave Moss again into the Riverside. We've got our eyes on our live stream as well, which is where our battle for 350 is going on through the S's. Kept keeping my eye, watching Isaiah. Oh, I can't quite tell. I don't think he got him, but I've lost sight of him behind the trees. Watching 350s coming down the short straight before the final turn. Who's that on the red bike making the pass?
That's going to be Mark Lowe coming up the inside of Nick Renoni, but
Woo!
he yields to him.
Has to check it back up.
That was spicy.
350s coming back on the straightaway. Jeff referred to that as spicy, and it is. Nolan Loop's about to give up another position. Is that a KTM single? It's a 390 single?
No, I believe Nick is on an R3, and he used to run Moto 2 tire spec. I don't know if he's running those again still or not, but I know Nolan's not going to be happy with what's going on right now, and he's probably going to make a big push at the end of this.
Yeah, definitely the battle of the of what's happening out here on track. The gaggle of 350s that are going through turn 2 right now is definitely the spectacle. Jay's got just a little bit of a lead, and if those guys behind him start to dice, he'll get away. Great shot of our 760, our solo CVSB rider going through turn 14 onto the front straightaway right now.
Meanwhile, 700 Twins, same thing repeats itself. Dave Moss takes a big run down the front straight ahead of Isaiah, and Christian Cepeda is widening the gap, making his bid for third place over Luke Heisterman, who's circulating in fourth place right now. Mark Lowe trying the outside of Riverside, yields back to Atsushi. Oh, it's tight with the 350s going down to Phil Hill.
So here's Dave Moss and Isaiah coming into Riverside now with lap traffic in front of them. That'll get, maybe the word would be dicey. Dave Moss trying to go around the outside of lap traffic. Isaiah Thigpen going around the two of them. 3 wide into Riverside. I didn't know you could put 3 motorcycles in Riverside. That was wild looking. Isaiah just went around them like they were standing still.
Mickey, that's not just dicey. That is spicy dicey.
That was something. I'm glad I got to watch it and not have to be in it.
Our gaggle of 350s in the lead group are catching up to some lap traffic, making things very interesting here.
Yeah, now I really can't tell which bike's which as the 350s are getting mixed into the back of the 450s. I see Jay. I see the guy on the upright bike who is Nick, and then Nolan, what's happened? You keep getting shuffled back.
Nolan Loop dropping back to fourth place with Mark Lowe hot on his tails. I bet Mark's going to make a bid here, maybe into turn 2 or out into turn 3. Let's see what happens.
Watching Dave Moss and Isaiah Thigpen making their way down the front straightaway. They've cleared most of their lap traffic now, so they can resume their battle. Friends, sorry, there's so much going on. White flag is flying. I have missed our first call. This is what happens when I get really excited and watch all the racing. So white flag is flying. So I'm going to do first call now. Let's call this first call. No, it'll be fairly short. First call, race number 5.
Our 350 leaders taking a run through the bus stop. Still Jay Kinberger over Nick Renoni, Atsushi Sumiya, Nolan Loop, and Mark Lowe. As they go into Riverside, Nick closes the gap up to Jay.
So again, friends, race number 5, Formula 1 Open, Formula 2 Middleweight. We are on the white flag. I have done first call. I'll try to give you as much time as I can. Know that your race is coming up. Race number 5, Formula 1 Open, Formula 2 Middle, first call. This will be a fairly short first call.
into the sweeper. Jake Kinberger over Nick Renoni. Mark Lowe going up the inside of Atsushi. Takes it before the entrance to the S's. Making a bid for third place here. Let's see what the run up to Sunset looks like. Nolan hot on the back of him after he had dropped back. Trying to make a draft pass, perhaps, into turn 14. And he does. He goes up the inside of Atsushi. Takes over fourth place. Let's see if he can hold it down the front straight here. Here they come to checkers. It's going to be Jay Kinberger over Nick Renoni. Mark Lowe is going to take third place at Sushi and Nolan.
Oh, Dave Moss. Dave Moss takes the win over Isaiah Thigpen. It's almost not even fair. Isaiah had it coming out of the last corner, but of course, horsepower. What are you going to do about it? Dave Moss taking the win over Isaiah Thigpen. We think Christian Cepeda is about to take the third place.
Should be coming along here. Down the front straight, Christian Cepeda is going to take third place.
There it is. Christian taking third place. That is our lunchtime podium. Dave Moss, Isaiah Thigpen, Christian Cepeda. Congratulations to those people. Our 350 battle is still going because they have not taken that checker. They just got to do another lap. So our leaders in the 350 class are coming through where? That is a bus stop now.
Oh, we got to change in position. It's Jay Kinberger, Mark Lowe, Nick Renoni at Sushi, and maybe Pal Vang, then Nolan Luke going into Riverside. So
I have
Nolan
to think
took
that
some
Nolan made a
spots
mistake somewhere, so we get a chance to talk to him later. Oh, my God. Who is that going around the outside of Jay Kinberger in the turn in Riverside?
Mark Lowe goes around the outside of the exit of Riverside.
It spooks Jay. He checks it up and loses another position. Jay Kinberger falling back to third place now. We got a rider off where? That is
the outside of the kink before Phil Hill.
Looks like we got a rider off of the outside of the kink before up to Phil Hill. I mean, I can see the cloud of dirt. I don't see a bike anywhere.
Red flag.
All right, race 5, you're going to get a reprise here. We have gone to a red flag. Red flag. All calls will be delayed. Red flag. All right, I'd like to report that the rider down on the outside of the kink before Phil Hill is up and conscious. It's hard to say someone's okay, but they have stood up. Brian Bartlow did the thing that all of you aren't supposed to do, but Brian Bartlow does because Brian Bartlow, and has stopped and given some additional medical service. The rider is up and functional. I have a feeling he may have had a little dirt nap. So Can I have a family or pit crew of rider number 43 please come see the race director? Rider or pit crew of rider number 43, could you please come see the race director? All right, friends in the paddock, we're going to work our way through this extended delay. Ambulance is gonna get repositioned. So we're still a few minutes from getting race 5 underway. We got plenty of time before lunch, but this is going to be a little bit of an extended delay. So say that you're on first call for right now, and the other calls will come as time allows. We will get race 5 in before lunch. It's only 10:40, but we have a little bit of a delay as we get ambulances repositioned. All right, attention in the paddock. Ignore everything I just said. Things are moving quickly. We're happy here. So we're going to go to second call. Race number 5, Formula 1 open, Formula 2 middle. We are going to go to second call. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race number 5, third and final call. Race number 5, third and final call. Formula 1, Formula 2, third and final call.
And Formula One is brought to you by PCP Motorsports. They're one of the largest dealers in Sacramento with motorcycles, watercraft, side-by-sides, ATV, Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, Yamaha, KTM, Husqvarna, Gas, Sherco, and Stark Varg. So thank you, PCP Motorsports. And then for F2, we've got Volant Viver, track day provider. Check out Volant Viver. They have a big event next week in Utah. So thank you to our sponsors for F1 and F2. And just a quick shout out to Fun Track Days. They sponsored Street Stock for the weekend, but we do not have any entries. So just want to make sure that we recognize Fun Track Days for their support for the club as well.
Bikes are on course. This is race number 5. I swear I'm paying attention up here. A lot going on. This is Formula 2. This is our middleweight class. We have 661 of Hayden Meng. Hayden's all the way at the back, huh? We'll see how far forward he can make it. Hayden is very fast. 428, Marcel Male. 427, Stephanie Cranky. 765, David Weddle. 806, Guiver Escadon. 777, Jackson Madden. 911, Benjamin Priesler. 845, Wilfredo Calderon. 922, Adam Thiessen. 980, Jesse Manning. 989, Evan Edge. 77R, Luis Ross. 707, Henny Tratau. 417, Jeremy Taubman. 11, Greg Olson. Formula 1 Open. 804, Max Schneider. 984, Michael Macron. 887, Jared Diamond. 779, Nick Rowley. 222, Jeff Graham. 153R, Terry Hurd. 333, Jason Nelson. 3, Stephen Rue. So we think Stephen's on his R1, or is he out there riding his R6? I have 42 of Eugene McMail and 2 Ryan Shue. They didn't show up to the last race. Not sure if they're going to show up to this race. All right, our riders are getting gridded up. It does look like we are missing our front two, so no Ryan Shu out here for this one. I heard he had a mechanical on his big bike, so Ryan may only be in FP today. Meanwhile, we've got light is on, light is off. Our 4 motorcycles in our open class are off and away. We may still get a race out of this, even though there's only 4 bikes out there. Let's see here.
We got Stephen Rue out in front, right ahead of Jason.
Meanwhile, in our second wave, we do have most. I can't. There's a wall in my way. I can't. And there's a pole. I can't see everybody. Lights are on. Lights are off.
Greg with a great start.
Greg Olson got a great start this time.
Steven and Jason taking a little bit of a gap from third place.
Yeah, Stephen Rue, Jason Nelson coming through Riverside now. Excuse me, that's definitely going to be the battle. I'm going to assume that Rue is on his big bike. Jason Nelson coming up on his tail into Riverside. I think Jason's probably a little more comfortable on that bike. It looks like he's going a little faster in the fast parts, but I'm fairly confident Rue is on his R1. Meanwhile, watching leaders in the middleweight class, that is Greg Olson, and who is that behind him, Clive? Go ahead, Clive.
Stephen and Jason taking the first lap. They're getting a little bit of a gap ahead of third place, so could be just a race between those two.
All right, here we go. Middleweight leaders coming on the front straightaway. We got a proper battle. Greg Olson, and that is Hayden trying to take over the lead from Greg Olson, and he is going to get it done. Third place is a novice. I got to look up who that is. All right, that is Luis Fernando Ros, who is in third place. He's leading the novices, but he's third overall in that middleweight category. Great job, Luis, to get up in there and fight with our leaders. Meanwhile, Hayden, who'd started dead last, is now leading Greg Olson. We've seen this happen before. I doubt Greg's going to have anything for him.
Stephen and Jason for lap 2. Stephen's pulling out a few bike lengths. Hayden Ming across the stripe ahead of Greg. He's pulled out about 10 bike lengths. It's going to be tough for Greg to pull that back in. It's like Hayden actually had the fastest lap that lap, even ahead of the leader bikes with a 52.
Yeah, Hayden Mang out there doing 52s on his Gixxer 750. Our big bike guys are only doing 53s right now.
Steven and Jason coming across for the cross flags. We're halfway through this race.
Looking at our live stream, gaggle of riders coming through the S's. No idea who's who. Just watching what looks like commute traffic right now. A big gaggle of novices commuting on their way to the front straightaway. Steven and Jason are having themselves a battle. I've lost where they are. Cross, green, and whites are out. We are halfway to lunch. That means it's almost time for Lunchtime Podium, which is our 700 Twin Superbike. Looking forward to seeing you guys down there. If you want to start pushing your bikes, getting set up in front of Lunchtime Podium. Dave Moss, I can see you down there. Waiting for leaders to come out of the S's and onto front straightaway. We're looking for, there it is, Stephen Rue, Jason Nelson. Looks like about 5 or 6 bikes between them. Not a lot of traffic, so they should be just their race. Couple people in front of them.
Hayden Mang again with the fastest lap, 52.2 of everyone out there.
Watching leaders go through bus stop right now. Stephen Rue, Jason Nelson. So I'd say Steven's got Jason's number at this point. I don't see any big differential. They're turning almost identical lap times, 53.2, 53.3. Not enough for Jason to really get anywhere close to him. You know, in our middleweight classes, Hayden's really getting away from Greg at this point. And then Luis, you know, who's winning his own race, but in the overall is also not really very close to Greg. So we don't really have a lot of battles going on out there. Watching Stephen Rue on the live stream coming out of the last corner out onto the front straightaway. And, yep, there he was. He was hiding behind a column. Jason Nelson still right there. 6-7 bike links back. White flag is flying. White flag is flying as Stephen Rue comes across start finish. That is our second call for lunch. It is second call for lunch. You may see a race number 6 on our schedule, but we did not end up getting any street stock sign up, so there is no race 6. So this is our last race before lunch. Yes, I know it's only 11 a.m., but did you really have enough for breakfast? So it's almost lunch.
Looks like we do have a battle actually between the novices. Henning Tratow just took the spot away from Luis, going on the front straight. So it looks like the novices are putting the best race so far.
Oh, yeah, look at that, Clive. You are correct. 707 Henning Tratow has taken it away over Luis Ros, which means he is in third place overall, but also leading his novice race. Right there. Watching those two guys go through bus stop now, nose to tail, as these guys tip it into bus stop. This is a fight for the win of Formula 2 novice. So these guys do have stake in this game, outside of just wanting to beat the guy who's in front of you.
Steve and Rue coming across the line for the win with Jason in tow. Great job from them.
Keeping an eye on our novice battle. Saw them go over Phil Hill, still nose to tail.
Yep, Hayden Meng just came across for the win in the F2 class.
Would you call that doing the Superman? What would you call that move, Clive?
That'd be the Superman. Either that or he had to go to the bathroom really bad.
Yeah, Hayden may have just had to relax it out. Doing a Superman move, coming across start finish, flying, as you would say. Great job, Hayden, out there, starting from last place and taking the win in Formula 2. Yeah, Max has called it. It was pretty much a full Raleigh free with both of his legs, parallel to his tail section. Good times happening out here on the front straightaway. Was looking for that novice battle, but I have lost sight of it. Looks like they have taken Henny Tratow taking that win over Luis Uros, who by 0.2 seconds. Jesse Manning much further back in that. So that was a great battle there. All right, friends. Well, that is going to wrap up our pre-lunch. Thank you, everybody. We're going to do lunchtime podium down here at the podium section. Come on down. Hang out with us. Celebrate our lunchtimers. I've got their medals. I've got their champagnes. We still have a full afternoon of racing coming up after this. First race back would be Formula 50 with some Super Dyno. Hoping to have a really good race in race number 9, Formula Pacific. So we'll see all you guys down there at the podium celebration. Dave? Where's Dave? Where's Dave? I might meet you at the end of the. You know, some of us don't have a lot of hair, you know, so we got to protect ourselves, right?
Yeah. Some of us don't have hats that fit.
Is your head that big that it won't fit?
Yeah, it's almost an 8, size 8. It's like 7, 7/8.
He had to go get his sponsor hat. That's what he had to do. Dave, stop squeezing the young girls, Dave. Come on over here.
You don't want to do that.
Audio 1 2, microphone broadcast stream. Max, are you getting the audio microphone from the camera?
Let's get out there.
I'm giving you the mic check.
We need this, I need this, I want this.
1 2, mic check.
Max is telling us one little technical thing we got here. That never happens. You want to get some bike? We're good? Okay, great. All right.
This shit ruins your motorcycle.
Yeah. So, wait. Umbrella girl's coming.
Somebody moved the bike.
All right, here we go. I'm dual microphoning. We're going to get our lunchtime podium celebration going on here. Hopefully, Max, you're hearing me loud and clear on our live stream. Guys, these are your medals. I'm going to hand these up just to you while you're here, just so you can put them around your neck so you can look so fabulous. And then we'll have a little chat. I see that Dave's got his umbrella girl. It's looking fantastic up there. I'm sorry, Christian, you don't have one, because then we could have, what tires are you on?
Bridgestone.
Oh, look at that. How interesting. There's 2 Bridgestones and a Dunlop. This is pretty fabulous. All right, guys, I'm going to start over here with Christian. You had to get around Luke. I saw that you had to get around Luke. I didn't see the actual pass. Otherwise, I thought you may have had a little bit of a lonely race. How did that feel for you? How was it trying to work through getting around Luke? Tell us about it and tell us who you'd like to thank.
First off, I want to thank Jeff, Alex, and the rest of the Turn 3 guys. Also want to thank Jeff's wife, Allie, and Justin Thomas, Mel Thomas with Line of Freedom Apparel, Pro J's, Jose and Liz with the Bridgestone tires. With Luke, I didn't expect to be there. Luke seemed to have my number every race, and to get on here, I didn't expect to be here. It was exciting. Got him around the club corner just before bus stop, and thanks to Justin, just giving me a signal for like how far back he was. That just made a gap and just managed it.
Cool. It was great. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was really focused on the front, too. I apologize for that. And that is because these 2 guys over here were making it a very exciting race. Isaiah, this is the first time I've seen you on the box. I'm not sure if you've raced that bike in this class before. It was very entertaining for me to watch. I don't know if it was as entertaining for you 2 guys. 2 different motorcycles with very different strokes. Obviously, riding that NSF is about carrying the corner speed. Dave have horsepower on you, but man, the pass you made that was 3 wide in Riverside was exciting for me. I can only imagine what it was like for you guys out there. You want to tell us about that?
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank my dad and my coach, Nobi Iso, and all of my sponsors, MotorX, Arcade Chain, and just for all the support. But first time racing in this class, I didn't know what it would be like racing against a bigger bike like this, but it was so much fun. Thank you, Dave, for the great battle.
Cool. All right, Isaiah, thank you very much. It was entertaining to see you out there. We hope to see you racing this bike in that class some more.
These bikes is that it makes you aware of how slow you are in the corners. When you think you are all the way out on it, the front's chattering, you're doing everything you can, and you hear it come by. Like, you've got to be joking. Really? And there it goes. And so Isaiah's lines were really tight. He did a wonderful Rossi move coming out of the sweeper in the dirt, caught the dirt, full throttle, rooster tail, and that was a moment of, okay, I got to go. Is this bike in my class? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So learned a lot from Isaiah, and I'm really appreciative for everything I got taught by him for lines and corner speed. So that was absolutely amazing. In terms of thanking people, Troy Vickery for building me a bike, and this is his bike. Olin's, the S-Shot for suspension assistance in getting this dialed in. Dunlop with Antley and Ivan for giving me really sticky rubber that I'm hoping to learn for next year because I'm trying to get to a full season with Jason in Motor America in the Twins Cup, and this is the build-up to that. Gearing from DID, tire warmers from Woodcraft, Wes from, let's see, thank you, DTR. And lastly, the Oxymoron crew for all the trash talking and support at the same time, especially Coy. But thank you all, because without AFM we can't do this. But more importantly, and my pet peeve is, without corner workers we cannot do this. We cannot. So every time you finish your race, please take a second. Wave to them, give them a thumbs up, acknowledge that they're there. Because we can do all the organizing we want and come here, but without the corner workers, we can't race. So please take the time to thank them. And obviously to my teammates and everybody in the class, thanks for making all of us ride so hard, learn, progress, and put on a show. It was awesome. Thanks, Isaiah, for pushing me so hard.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Isaiah and Christian. This is your 700 Twins Superbike Lunchtime Podium. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much for being up here. Now you may enjoy your champagne. Or not, is also possible.
Get the bikes out the way first.
34, 35.
Sticking with our live stream only feed. So here what we have is three guys and some champagne, and they don't want to get it on their bikes, and they're not going to drink any of it because they all have to race again later. But the joy of getting a spray champagne on the podium is unlike any other. May they all get to do this again sometime. I think Isaiah may be too young to actually drink his champagne. All right, hello everybody. I know you missed me. So we did lunchtime podium, and while we are lunching, we're going to do one of my favorite things, which is lunchtime interview. I know you guys love lunchtime interview. We're doing a couple other little special things. I'm going to have a little bit of extended yap here while I am testing the level on this microphone. Max is recording this on his live stream, on the AFM live stream, on the live stream. Max, what do we call that? We're doing that. We call it the Moron Net. Moron Net. Oxmo Photo on YouTube. Levels are good. So I have with me today special guest. Everybody's always a special guest, but I feel today's guest is extra special. This is Dean Nardello sitting across from me. And a lot of you in the paddock are probably going to be, who? You know? And so Dean is the guy out there you have seen a lot. You just don't necessarily know his name. Max, do we call him the Wave Slave? He is a wave slave. So you have absolutely seen Dean. He's the one that holds that board that says second wave. And while he's looking at you playing, thinking, please don't run me over. Please see the sign that says second wave. Dean, go ahead and turn your switch on there on top of your microphone. Say hello to everybody. Thank you for being a part of the AFM. Hi.
Hello there, and thank you for having me. I have loved this group since the very first event I showed up at.
So one of the reasons, folks, that we've have Dean up here, which we should have had Dean up here before, and maybe I'll get some other corner worker types to come and talk to me at lunch, but, you know, they want to do lunch, and they don't always want to sit up here and yap with Mickey. But one of the reasons we're talking to Dean is that Dean is leaving the AFM after 21 years. Dean started working with us in 2006 and is soon to be moving away. So one of the things I wanted to ask Dean, you know, first of all, what brought you to the AFM? Why are you a corner worker? How did that even happen?
I came to the first event with a buddy of mine who started racing, and I love the racetrack. I came as a pseudo mechanic, and Barbara at 8 in the morning at T Hill announced, we need corner workers. If anybody can spare somebody, please send them down. So I walked down, introduced myself, and fell in love that very first day with some long past corner workers that I've worked with. His name was Russ, and he just started showing me what we do, how we do it, why we do it, and just preach rider safety. And that's been my priority ever since I've been here.
Dean, do you remember what was the first corner worker thing you had to do? What corner did you work in? Do you remember it all?
It was 14 at T Hill, and I was with a guy named Russ. And my first task was to hang the American flag on the back of the turn box, which was always his thing.
Nice.
And then he just put a yellow flag in my hand and then just nonstop verbally instructing me on how it all fits together and all the things.
So 21 years. What kept you coming back? Why would you come back and work so hard for peanuts?
I just have a love of the racetrack ever since I was a little boy, and this just gave me a way to experience the racetrack in not being a mechanic. I was a mechanic on GT1 race cars for years and years before I ever showed up at an AFM event, and that becomes very athletic. And once I started working corners, I pretty much checked out of mechanicking and just did everything I could to work turns.
And so for us, do you corner work for anybody else? Or you just do AFM stuff?
I work for Moto America. I've done a bunch of those events. I'm basically full-time in the summertime. I work at Sonoma Raceway.
Yeah.
So I work there 100, 200 days a summer. And I work at Laguna Seca here and there for different organizations and groups. So
so you're really one of the very few I would consider professional corner workers in the sense that, like, you go to the pro tracks, you work the pro races, you get to do see a lot of different organizations and work with different people.
Absolutely. I'm excited about working NASCAR at Sonoma here in a couple of weeks. I've worked IndyCar there, I worked all the pro stuff on the western states for the last 15 years at least.
Well, and so I was going to move this question to here now because, I would say that a lot of people would assume, and, maybe incorrectly so, that people who are corner workers for the AFM is because they're motorcyclists and they love motorcycles and they want to come and be around motorcycles. So Dean, do you ride motorcycles?
I've never ridden a motorcycle in my life. I did go 2 up here with Tim Scarrett years ago.
So you got to ride once.
Yes, I rode on the back. We did wheelies down the front straightaway. Ryder Morrison kept diving underneath and passing us because he wanted to give me the racing experience.
Racing experience.
And that was an absolute blast. But in my late 50s, I don't think I'm ever going to try to learn how to ride a bike now. I've picked up hundreds.
Yeah, copy that. You know, that's an interesting thing, how many motorcycles you've picked up in your life, yet you've never really twisted the throttle. You know, it's an interesting thing, Dean, that you can find joy in motorcycling without being a motorcyclist. You know, and so here you are as a worker and getting to be around bikes, and you probably know a lot about bikes, you recognize bikes, bike people, but not necessarily a motorcyclist yourself. And I'm going to do that in air quotes because what does it, you know, take to be a motorcyclist? It doesn't always take a motorcycle in this case, you know.
I agree. I would imagine that I am a motorcyclist, at least an aficionado.
Yeah.
But I don't know what bikes are. I know as a corner worker, there's big ones and little ones, and that's how I differentiate bikes. Some come up easier than others.
Well, yeah, copy that. Yeah. Yeah, you had to pick up one of the baggers yet?
Yes. Yes.
Yep, that's one of the bigger ones.
Technique is everything.
Yeah, technique is everything, brother. I have this one written down to ask you, what is the funniest thing you think you've ever seen out here as a corner worker? What's the funniest?
You asked me that a few minutes ago, and I've been thinking about it. And oddly enough, it's watching Barbara counsel riders. And the position that I'm in, I'm at start-finish all day. So I get to see a lot of conversations between Barbara and people that need counseling.
Yeah.
And
yes.
she's very efficient at that.
Yeah, counseling is a very safe way to phrase that.
And many times she gives the rider her stern look, and as they walk away, she will giggle to us that she won that battle.
Were you here last season for the Tesla moment?
I was here for that.
Okay, that to me is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. I thought that Tesla man was going to die.
And I thought Barbara's head was going to pop off because she was, for the one time in her career that I've seen, momentarily speechless and not sure how to respond to the given situation.
Yeah, since nobody got hurt, it's funny, right?
Yes.
You know, it wasn't funny. It was horrifying. And then after the fact, and especially the way that driver got counseled, it was hilarious.
Yeah, it's funny. Barbara was talking about that moment this morning, and it's one of the most viral moments in AFM's history.
Oh, partly thanks to Max and the stream that we got that captured. We got 40,000 views. I said the dumb things that come into my mouth, whether I should or not, and managed to get quoted in a whole bunch of websites, and it was quite funny. And if you haven't seen it, we should send you the link to that because it is funny.
Absolutely.
It is funny. So, Dean, you're leaving the AFM. I mean, you're not just leaving the AFM. You're leaving the AFM, but you're leaving in general. You're moving away. Why are you moving away?
I live in Monterey. I can't stay there. I can't retire there efficiently. So I'm going to move back to the East Coast where I was born, more or less. I was born in New York. So I'm headed to Mooresville, North Carolina, or that Statesville, Troutman area, to be more involved in racing even than I am now.
Yeah.
A more affordable lifestyle. It's an area that my wife and I absolutely fell in love with. We just spent a couple of weeks there looking around, trying to decide if we were going to pull the trigger on this maneuver, and we're going.
Yeah, it's a big, I mean, I hear you about the affordability, and especially if you're into motorsports. North Carolina is the birth of several motorsports, NASCAR being, you know, its ancestral home. But coastal Monterey to not necessarily landlocked, but North Carolina, that's a pretty big cultural jump, but at least you'll have motorsports, which is fairly universal. Doesn't matter blue state, red state, whatever you are, motorsports is still motorsports.
Absolutely.
And motorsports people. So that's, you know, we'll miss you. You know, again, you and I have never really had a chance to talk before, but I already know I'm going to miss you. And I know other people are going to miss you even more who get to work with you. I'm looking at your arm. You have a tattoo of AFM on your arm.
Forever.
Right. I mean, that is something. Could you hold that up, Max? Can you get a shot of that? Like, I mean, you want to talk about commitment. I've only been around here for 25 years, and I don't have an AFM tattoo. So That shows you some passion right there.
My checkered flag, my AFM tattoo, I'm bringing it with me forever.
See, there you go. It doesn't matter where you are, you'll always have the AFM with you.
The fraternity will always be with me.
Yeah.
That has been the biggest hook for me, is the friendships that I've made, the connection with my children, because Reagan, my son, was on the crash truck since he was 13 years old. My daughter started coming out when she turned 18. They've both worked multiple years and years with the AFM as well, and it was just a great way to connect with them.
Yeah.
Camping in the paddock and doing this whole thing together.
Yeah, that is, Dean, that's awesome to get to share that with family, that you think it's important enough that you brought the family, that you thought that the kids needed to grow up around this, the community that we build here at the racetrack, not just the friendships, but like the things that happen. You see people, they fall down, other people help them get up, whether it's a broken part or something, but like the camaraderie that is motorsports, you know. I haven't spent a lot of time in car racing. I don't know if like someone's going to take parts off their car and go give it to another guy the way motorcycles do. But here, this place, you know, it's pretty special. Well, people will literally take parts off of their own vehicles to make sure you get out there and race. And that's just not something you can teach.
I agree. I'm amazed a lot when I see people will lend their whole bike to a guy to ride. And that's love of competition.
Yeah, love of competition. Well, yeah, I think people have had to listen to me talk enough. I've really appreciated you coming up here and getting a chance to talk. Max, I really appreciate you for kind of pushing to put this together and getting it documented. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you.
Really, you know, we'll see you out there a little bit more. Are you back this year at all? Is this your last one? This is it.
This is probably it. I don't think I'm making it back.
Yeah, because you're ready to
another
go.
one.
So I'll make sure to keep my eye on you out there. Well, you may not be able to hear it, but I'll talk about you some more throughout the rest of the afternoon as I watch you wave slave it away.
My kids still live in California, so you will see me make special appearances.
You know, you come out and be the guest starter one day. You know?
I just might.
Yeah, that could be a good thing. All right, Max, I'm going to go ahead and call this. You want to cut it and cut to another thing. Thanks, brother.
Thank you. That was awesome.
while we have some quiet time before we get back to racing, I'd like to thank the person that left me an entire set of Milwaukee drill bits. How did you know I needed some new drill bits? Oh, did you not mean to leave those for me? You're looking for your set of drill bits? Well, they're here next to the announce team. Someone came up here looking for, asking me where the apparel booth is, and that's because I've done a very bad job of talking about our Truth Be Told benevolent booth, which is adjacent to the drone zone, i.e. the Oxymoron broadcast team. You cannot miss the entire cones, the checkered canopy for Oxymoron photography that looks like an old Catalyst racing RV. Adjacent to that is the Truth Be Told benevolent booth with all the cool swag. I've been in there myself because I spent all my time up here yapping in this booth to you guys. So if you're looking for AFM swag, go see the stuff. All right, friends. Sorry, I was yapping before I was so rudely interrupted. Truth Be Told apparel. You want AFM swag? Go get some. It's over there next to the Oxymoron photography. I haven't been over there this year. I don't know if there's what's new, what's different. But if you're looking for standard stuff like shirts and sweatshirts and hats, stickers, Truth Be Told apparel, AFM benevolent booth. Get some. Drill bits. Hey, if you don't pick them up before the end of the day, I am going to take them home. Have you been checked? Friends, I'm going to keep talking while we're trying to work on another audio difficulty, so I'm just going to keep going on up here because I know how much you miss me. So I was going to say, have you been looking at your Sportity app? I'm starting to use that more myself. I was really bad about it, honestly, when we first got going. But now that I've gotten used to it, I like looking at it. I think it's really helpful. Mike Canfield, thank you for introducing that to us and sponsoring the Sportity app. Attention in the paddock. All workers, please report to Glenn's daycare service. All workers, please report to the crash truck for redeployment. Again, we're going to get going racing soon. Workers, please. Coming up after lunch in the really near future, our first race back will be Formula 50. And then Super Dyno, which is being brought to us by People Movers. I think People Movers is Craig Grantham. I haven't seen Craig. I'm not sure if he's here this weekend. You know what is here this weekend is a bunch of medals. And if you got any medals from any of your races, if you have finished in the top 3 in the last couple of days, come and get them. I still have awards here from last night. Sitting on the table. That was from our Saturday Night Awards. I'm looking at our wall of Saturday. I know these people finished in first, second, and third because I talked about it. But they have not come to get their medals. Hey, man, we work really hard to make sure we get quality trophies and medals for you guys. It'd be nice if you came and picked them up. Otherwise, maybe we'll just stop making them and hand out certificates. Would you like that? Would you prefer if we just handed out little certificates that said, I'm a winner? That way everybody could print up a certificate and be a winner, right? Please come get your medals. They're up here in the top where registration is. We do have, later in the day, we do get to have another American Twins race. And that is, I would call that a solo event in the sense that they're the only race on the track as opposed to being part of a wave. That'll be fun. I think that'll be fun. Brian Wamack and Jeremy Friedman put on a show in the other race, so I'm looking forward to seeing those guys going at it some more. Workers, please, to the bus. The bus is leaving. The bus will leave, and then you'll have to walk to your turn, and it's hot, and you don't want to have to walk all the way to your turn. So all the rest of our turn workers who can actually hear what I'm saying, who don't listen to 88.5 FM. Hey, did you guys know that you can actually listen to 88.5 FM, but who has a radio? Like, it's not like your phone has a radio, FM radio in it. Turn workers, please. The bus will be leaving soon. Anyway, I was saying, my friends, before I was once again having to have a conversation, as I am looking forward to that American Twins race, which will be our last race of the day. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Like I said, you know, Jeremy and Brian were putting on a show for us. I look forward to seeing more of that show later in the day. Hey, friends. For those of you who may be missing knee pucks, there seems to be a collection gathering down at Race Control. If you're missing a knee puck, or if you just need maybe a new knee puck because one of yours is kind of ground down a little low, Barbara down there at Race Direction has some knee pucks. 3 of them, in fact. I think it's interesting that your knee pucks are falling off. Maybe because you're grinding so hard, huh? But if you're missing a knee puck, or if you just want another one, go down to Race Control, and she'll be happy to give them to you. Jeff Rose has let me know if you're too intimidated to go talk to the race director to ask for your knee puck back, the rider gear area, which is located right along the front, well, probably right next to where Truth Be Told is, they'd be happy to sell you knee pucks. So if you're too embarrassed to go ask for your knee puck back because it fell off on the racetrack, rider gear would be happy to sell you some knee pucks, and that you could save face, and then you don't have to go talk to Barbara and explain to why your knee puck fell off. But I am curious why your knee pucks are falling off. I don't know. Mine are Velcroed on so hard, they're really difficult for me to get off because I change them once a decade. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race number 7. This is your first call. Race number 7 is Formula 50. It is also Super Dyno, brought to you by People Movers. Race number 7. This is your first call. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call. Second call. Race number 7. Race number 7, second call. Formula 50 and Super Dyno. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Third and final call. Race number 7. Let's get this show back on the road. Formula 50 Super Dyno. Third and final call. Hey, we got bikes on course. It's very exciting. Not a whole lot of bikes out there. So hopefully this is a quicken. Only a handful of bikes in Super Dyno. We got 633 Robbie Usher, 888 Damian McCormick, and 679 Hung Lowe's out there. Hung, what is he riding? Somebody shoot me a text. Let me know what he's riding. I always think of him as riding little bike. So I don't know. I assume it's a bigger bike. So somebody text me. Let me know what Hung's riding out there. Formula 50, 531 Hank Rainey, 817 Joel Christensen, 968 Joe Keating, 69X James King, 417 Jeremy Taubman, and 153R of Terry Hurd. What's that Kevin Fanaday guy doing out there? I'm watching the live stream. Actually, no, Kevin's just trying to test some parts for later today. But he's supposed to be out there manning a camera, and instead he's out there riding around on a motorcycle. He's a quitter. He's slacking off on his work duties so he can go ride motorcycles. Wait, what? Bike off course on the warm-up lap. What are you doing? Maybe he was testing brakes and they're not working the way they should. But that's okay. He is upright. He's going to get the dirt cleaned off of his tires and get gridded up. We're ready to go. It's just doing a little dirt tracking, a little dirt sampling. It's all good. We got to get that out of the way early so we don't do it during the race. I do not see Terry. No Terry out there in pole position. Oh, man, that was fast. Lights are off. Bikes are away. Who is that with the bright yellow wheels that got the great launch? Was that James King? James King got the launch, got a great launch away from the, and takes a whole shot into turn one. Second wave. Black flag has been lifted. Whoa, that was fast. I'm not sure. I want to know. Did that? I don't think. I can't confirm this because I can't see the lights, but I have a funny feeling that our second wave of Super Dyno launched when he took the black flag away. I don't think he ever turned the lights off, but whatever. There was two of them, and they both went at the same time, so away they go. They can both be docked 10 seconds for a jump start. Okay, I can confirm that both of our riders in Super Dyno launched and when the black flag went away, not when the lights turned off. So if you haven't raced yet in the last couple of days, the way it works is we put the black flag out that covers the lights up. We take the flag away, which essentially turns the lights on. And then when the lights turn off, you go. In this case, both of our Super Dyno riders launched when the flag went away. But they both did it, so we're giving them both a time penalty, which essentially means nothing at all. Meanwhile, our Formula 50 race is a race. That's James King. Looking at my timing and scoring here to make sure that I'm not doing something wrong, because I did not see them come across on my system. But I'm pretty confident that is James King out front. Not sure. I think it is Jeremy in second, but I'm not 100% sure because I got nothing here. Yeah, okay, so I got at least I got something coming up on my screen. Yeah, it is Jeremy in second. He's pretty close to James King. James on 1,000, Jeremy on his R6. Oh, so here we go. I got a proper race here. Formula 50. James King in the lead. Jeremy Taubman in second place. Obviously, the Gixxer's got a little more power, so he stretches him out on the straightaway. Keep an eye on him on the live stream. Jeremy pulls it back in on the brakes as they go into turn one. Right on his tail as they come out of turn one. James takes the inside line and crosses over the nasty concrete. Jeremy Taubman taking the safe line and staying on the outside of the nasty concrete. Great camera work here. Is that Andrea doing that, Max? Great camera work from Andrea. Jeremy tries to go for the inside pass on the flip into the first part of Cotton Corners. Not enough room. Backs out of it, up and over the top. Over the wheelie bump. Andrea's camera work is definitely getting better. She's been doing this now for a little over a season, and her camera work is getting a lot better. Great positioning, Max, for her to be able to get so many different shots. Switching over to the drone footage by Brian and Air Max Imaging, giving me this great top-down view of the riders going, is that up and over Phil Hill? Oh, now they're going up and over Phil Hill. Looking top down, it's a little harder to figure out where people are. Jeremy Taubman just right on the tail of James King going into the little straight before the sweeper. Jeremy looking for the inside line, goes for it. Oh, man, that bike looked out of control. I could see it kind of skittering, rear end kind of hopping around. Jeremy definitely takes the inside line. Now he's got single file through the S's. None of this would be possible without the work that Max and Brian have been doing to give us these amazing shots. You think we'd be doing some MotoGP level videography here. Jeremy's got the lead. He's going to come out on the straightaway now. Does James King have the power to come back underneath him in one? James is catching back up quickly. Looks like he's going to go for the inside pass, but does not. Cross green and whites are out. All right, so I missed some action because there's this column in my way of one of our two Super Dyno guys managed to run off into the bus stop and came back on in Riverside. He essentially went straight. I don't know, this class that people want to be dirt tracking. Cross green and whites are out. There are not a lot of bikes out here in this race. So we are going to go to first call for race number 8. Race number 8, this is first call. Formula 3 brought to us by Geezer Engineering. And then we have Formula 4 lightweight and Formula 5 ultra lightweight. Again, race number 8, first call. Meanwhile, I'm back to looking for my leaders. I lost sight of them. James King, Jeremy Taubman. Ooh, looks like we got somebody as an early pit. I wonder if that was my guy who went dirt tracking earlier. Yeah, it was 63 who ran off the track earlier, has pitted. Look, oh, here's my leaders coming around now. I got Jeremy Taubman still holding on to the lead in front of James King. James will pull up on the straight into turn one, but not be close enough to do anything about it. Yeah, James King pulls up onto Jeremy's tail. Jeremy's not really taking the ideal line through turn two. James King going for an inside pass. He's got the power. Going to go inside of turn three. Jeremy's going to go cotton corners on the outside, which then leaves him the inside position as they dip into cotton corners before they go up and over the hill. Great job, Jeremy, knowing how to take advantage of that outside-inside move there. It's one of my favorite corners at this track is the cotton corners. Little wheelie over the wheelie bump. Totally in control. Both bikes coming into the bus stop now. James King still right on the tail of Jeremy Taubman as they go through Riverside. Coy out there is trying to be a moving target for them, trying not to fixate on the wild beast in the woods over there. Grass. Wild beast in the grass in his native habitat as he roams the grasslands. Sorry, we're back to motorcycle racing. Jeremy getting a little bit away from James King as they come out of Riverside. Looking for leaders coming out of the S's into the final corner, Sunset. Jeremy Taubman still got that. Is James King close enough? I don't think so. To be able to do something about it in the straightaway. I think Jeremy stretches it out in the S's. James King doesn't get close enough to do anything about it in the more straight section here. Front straightaway. Nope, it is white flag is flying. Jeremy's got a good lead going on here. White flag is flying, so we're going to go to second call. Second call, race number 8. Race number 8, second call. Formula 3, Formula 4, Formula 5. Second call. Keep my eyes on Jeremy Taubman. I don't know if James King's going to have anything for him. If Jeremy's leading through the S's, I feel pretty confident it's his race. I don't see where James is really gaining on him anywhere. Kind of gets close as they near the bus stop, but then Jeremy gets away as they start to go through Riverside. Watching riders now coming out of turn 5, making their way left-hand turn. Going through bus stop now. Then there's the silly little corner called Truck Stop, which I never call it that. I call it the entrance to Riverside. Riders are entering Riverside now. Thank you, James King, for having a very distinctive motorcycle. I can tell it's you with your red bike and yellow wheels. If you want me to talk about you, make sure you have a really distinct motorcycle. If you don't want me to talk about you, paint your motorcycle white. Right. The other color would be just paint it black, and then you'll just look like every R6 out there, and then I guarantee it I won't know who you are. That's how you be stealth. But why would you want that? Here comes leaders now. Checker flag is flying. James King has gotten closer, but he's not close enough to do anything about it. If the straightaway was another, 100 meters, it would have been his race. Jeremy Taubman takes the win. James King places second. Looks like I got Joe Keating, a very distant third place. Waiting for him to come around. Checkered flag is flying. Not very many bikes out there, so we're going to go to third and final call. Race number 8. Formula 3, Formula 4, Formula 5, third and final call. Aren't very many bikes out there, so it's going to end quick. Third and final call. All right. Last bike coming across now. I guess this guy's got a little more spread out than I thought. We have coming up right now is our race number 8. We have Formula 3 brought to us by Geezer Engineering. Are there any geezers going to be in this race? I can't tell. I mean, I certainly can tell when I see one. I mean, didn't we just finish the geezer race? No, that was the Formula 50. That's inappropriate. Coming up after race 8, we do have our Formula Pacific race. Looking forward to that. Here we go. We got bikes on course. Oh, I do see a bagger out there. Yes. All right, here we go. Formula 5, 758, Ellie Mellon. 704, Atsushi Sumiya. 535, Abert Yaraneri. 83, Pao Vang. 971, Michael Stapler. And 769, Hung Lo. Formula 4. Formula 4 lightweight. I see here. Okay, 739, Eugene Begaden. 975, Philip Burkhart. 939, Sanson Hu. 930, Aaron Pigeon. 893, Mark McKinney. 707, Henny Tratau. 425, Key Ren. 29, Brian Bartlow. 791, Jaden D'Amato. 741, Isaiah Thigpen. Now here's what's going to happen. Isaiah's going to get a terrible start because just the kind of bike it is. He'll end up 4 or 5 bikes back. And by lap 1, the end of lap 1, he'll be in front of everyone. Formula 3. This is our 700 twins. Formula 3. 837, Jeremy Feifel. 404, Nicholas Renoni. 771, AJ Singh. 960, Jan Asmaram. 886, Joseph Bussing. 880, Alex George. 215, Christian Cepeda. 85, Luke Keisterman. And 223, Dave Moss. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Dave has had the number on everybody. Luke and Christian had a decent race, but Christian got the better of him. So maybe this time it's Luke's turn. Right, we can see Dean out there in his last AFM appearance, wave slaving away, trying not to get ran over by a bunch of mini bikes. All right, first wave. Flag is lifted. Light is on. Revs are up. Great launch by Luke, but he's not going to do anything with it. Dave Luke reacts really well, but he's not getting the drive. Who was that in the red leathers going around the outside of Dave Moss? Was that Christian? Alex George, of course it is. Of course it's Alex George. Dave Moss taking the wide line. Alex George trying to come underneath Dave Moss, trying to go around the outside of Dave Moss as they go around the outside of 2. Bet you Alex George tried to throw it up on the inside. Second wave is away. I told you Isaiah gets a terrible start because of the kind of motorcycle it is. There are 8 people in front of him in turn 1. Let's see where he ends up by the end of lap 1. Looking at leaders through the bus stop, that is Dave Moss, Alex George. Third wave, black flag has been lifted. Light is on. Light is off. Great reaction from the start. Terrible reaction from second place. Second place, my second place person went from second to last. So Michael Stapler, sorry, not a good launch by you. Hung Low did great. Nolan, how come you're not in this race? Looking at leaders on the live stream coming over. Phil Hill, Alex George, always aggressive. Dave Moss, smooth, has the power on the Aprilia 660. Watching Alex George try to go around the outside of Dave Moss. Outside of Dave, where are you going to go with that? As they go into the S's, single file as they come through the S's. This is where I expect to see Dave kind of start to get away with the power of the Aprilia down the front straightaway. Alex George isn't close enough to do anything about it as they go into the Sunset Corner. Onto the front straight they are. Dave Moss pulls away a little bit. Too far for Alex George to do anything about it now. Luke Heasterman, a slightly more distant third place, if I'm not mistaken, and then Christian Cepeda a chunk behind him. So we'll see if Luke's pace falls off and if Christian gets the better of him. I know that in the previous race where those two went together, Christian did get the better of Luke later in the race. Watching one of the big baggers go by in the middle of the 700 pack. Got some people to race with, that bagger does, in front of them. So, you know, they ain't slow. They're big and heavy, but they ain't slow. Leaders over the top of Cotton Corners through the grapevine. Now they're going to go for over the little wheelie bump. Alex George is looking for a pass somewhere. Is he going to go for the inside of turn 5? He does. He throws it on the inside as they enter the bus stop. Alex George takes over the lead. Dave Moss, as they come through, enter Riverside, not far behind Alex George. Dave will have power as they come on the front straightaway, but can Dave get him any earlier? Looking at our live stream, Brian Bartlow having to get past one of the baggers as they go over the wheelie bump, getting a little crowded there, watching Isaiah Thigpen just slice through people. This is what I expect from him on that little bike, as smooth and fast as he is. But is he too far away from Brian to be able to catch up to him? Now that he's clear of traffic and doesn't have anything to fight with, we'll see what kind of lap times he's doing. I am completely incorrect. He has already caught that green bike in front of him. Maybe he is fighting his way through some other lapped traffic. Isaiah Thigpen extremely fast through Riverside. Leaders coming down front straightaway. Dave Moss with the power. Is he going to go for the pass into turn 1? Pulls up next to Alex George, thinks better about it. Alex George is not somebody you want to challenge in a side-by-side going into a corner. You want to make sure you have that pass done well ahead of time. He will be the last person to let go of the brakes. Dave Moss kind of does not do really good in turn 2 there. Creates a bit of a gap for Alex George as they go into turn 3, Cotton Corners. Isaiah Thigpen coming by now. Oh, my timing and scoring has gotten the better of me. Yeah, it looks like Isaiah has taken over the lead. That's what I'm finally seeing here. Cross green and whites are out. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. Cross green and whites are out. First call, race number 9, Formula Pacific, sponsored by Law Tigers. First call, race number 9. Isaiah out there doing minute 59s on that little NSF 250. A full 4 seconds a lap faster than Brian Bartlow at doing 203s. Brian's on his 400 this time. Brian Bartlow always brings multiple motorcycles, so he's on a Ninja 400 versus his 500 that he was riding earlier. Now everybody's all mixed up. I can see some of the bigger bikes getting mixed in with the 350s, so I've really lost touch with everyone. Looking for leaders. Alex George has a pretty big gap over Dave Moss. Alex George doing 56s on his Ninja 400. Dave Moss, Luke Heasterman both doing 58s. Fortunately, Luke is a little too far back to give Dave any challenge. I don't remember what Dave's normal times are, so I feel like he's a little off his time. Here comes Alex George down the front straightaway. Dave Moss further back. Luke Heasterman further back. Not much of a race going on here. Watching Bagger go through bus stop. That's a far more interesting race to be watching. Not sure he's racing with. Doesn't matter. All you want to do is beat the person that's directly in front of you or directly behind you, regardless of what class they're in. I am incorrect. I see Jaden D'Amato in second place. Now, I'm not sure if that is a more recent thing. Did he just get bad? But Jaden on his ZX4RR, very distinct sound as it came by. It made me look up. So Isaiah, Jaden, Brian, that's the top 3 in our lightweight class. In our ultralights, they're all spread out. Hung Yilo leading away. Pao Vang a solid 3 seconds back. It looks like Iberic Yaraneri another 4 or 5 seconds back behind that. Maybe longer than that. That's a lap time I'm looking at. Alex George coming across start finish, taking the white flag. White flag, you know what that means. It means it's second call. Race number 9, it is your second call. Track is clean and green. Leaders coming across the line now, taking the white flag. Race number 9, Formula Pacific, second call. something going on with Brian Bartlow. I think I just saw him sit up on the front straightaway. He's doing 2:08. That is significantly slower than his normal times. So I don't know if Brian is uncomfortable. Maybe he's just a little hot. But he is 4 or 5 seconds, 7 seconds off of his normal time. Unless he thought the white flag was a checkered flag. That has certainly happened, but not to a... Oh, we got somebody off in turn in Sunset, doing some dirt tracking, slapping himself on the head as he goes down the straightaway, identifying that he just did something dumb. But the undumb thing he did was stay upright. He did a great job. He stayed on the bike and re-entered the track in a semi-safe manner. Meanwhile, Alex George takes the win in the Formula 3 class. Dave Moss comes across the line now. Alex George hitting a 56:07 as his best lap. Pretty smoking time on a 400. All right, checkered flag is flying. Lots of little bikes out there. I think we've got most of them coming across. Let's go to third call. Formula Pacific, race number 9, third and final call. Formula Pacific, third and final call. Oh, I got a slow rider in the bus stop. Oh, no. We just did third call. Alex George has pulled off in the infield. He's looking down at his motorcycle. At least I don't think he's ran out of gas. Nothing makes Barbara more angry than running out of gas. Don't do that. Well, of course somebody fell down on the last lap. Of course they did. No, we're just doing a quick pick of getting Alex George out of the infield. This will be fast because that motorcycle was fully functional until the cool down lap. Okay, so Ryan Shue's out there on 769. I don't know whose motorcycle that is. We know it's a borrowed bike. We know his motorcycle had a technical issue earlier. So we do have a Ryan Shue in this race. I think that is a 600 that he is on. All right, here we go. Bikes are on course. 153R, Terry Hurd. 45, 845, Wilfredo Calderon. 21, Annie Lau. 417, Jeremy Taubman. 8, Jeff Rose. 3, Stephen Rue. 11, Greg Olson. 333 of Jason Nelson. Number 2, riding at 769, Ryan Shue. 661, Hayden Meng. 42R, Eugene McMail. 161R, Sahar Zvik. I haven't seen Eugene in any of the previous races, so I'm not sure if he's out completely or if he was just saving himself for this one. I know Ryan's on the 600, so I don't expect him to give the front runners any grief. He's just trying to catch as many points as he can. Okay, here we go. Bikes are in gear. Revs are up. Everybody is in place. Great launch from Eugene. What is that? Third place. Who was my third place person? That is Hayden Meng. Great launch from Hayden Meng. Hayden takes a whole shot into turn one. Hayden on his 750. Great reaction to the light. Everybody seems to react well, but it's about getting that drive away from the light, not just the quick motion. Hayden turned it into forward momentum. I did not think it looks like it stick. Oh, man. That is Eugene McMail. Massive wheelie as they came out of the little bump between 2 and 3 into Cotton Corners. Eugene is somebody right on his tail. Can't quite tell who that is. Based on where the sun is, now that I've got a little glimmer, I'm feeling that's pretty Jason Nelson. Here we go. Here we go. Leaders onto front straightaway. I believe that is Hayden in the lead. I don't know how long he's going to hold on to it with the bigger bikes behind him. Woo, man, he's moving. Eugene McMahon has Sahar Zvik. No. Hayden, Eugene, Jason Nelson, Stephen Rue, Sahar Zvik in 5th. Hayden Meng with a 52 from a standing start. Not bad. Hayden Meng holding on to the lead. Eugene not really closing the gap a whole lot. Jason Nelson also a bit lonely in 3rd. Behind him, the battle for 4th is a 3-way battle. Ooh. Definitely some speed differential as riders go through Riverside. All right, we're trying to get some work done as they go into the S's. We know it's single file there. Not sure who that was. Pass not made. Watching leaders come on to the front straightaway now. Hayden hanging on to his lead. Everything behind Jason Nelson is tightened up, though. I believe that is Stephen Rue behind him. Yeah, it sure is. Stephen Rue and Zahar's Vic side by side as they go down the front straightaway. Zahar's definitely got the drive coming out of the last corner. Easily takes the position away from Rue. That wasn't even a pass on the brakes. That was just drive out of the last corner. Hayden Meng doing a 50.6 on his first full flying lap. Eugene McMahon at a 51.6, so that's a full second. Hayden's a full second a lap faster. If he can hold on for 13 laps, you would think that Eugene's bigger bike would get there. Now, Hayden's still on a 750, so it's not like it's a 600, but he's riding it well, and barring something happen, I think Hayden's got this. Meanwhile, Sahar's Vic looks like he's right on the tail of Jason Nelson. I think Zahar's a little out of position. I don't know if he completely miffed the start or what. I was expecting him to be a little further up front. I think he may have been expecting that himself. Zahar trying to get around Jason Nelson into Riverside, looking for the pass on the inside of the kink before Phil Hill. Yeah, that's what I saw. Looking over at our live stream, Zahar gets it done. I'm catching them as they come out of Phil Hill into the sweeper. Zahar is clearing away from Jason Nelson. I can tell by the shininess that is definitely Jason Nelson. Zahar's Vic has definitely made that move, clearing away, trying to catch up to the back of, who would that be? Eugene. Nelson. Stephen Rue beating up on Ryan Shue there. This is something that we're used to seeing, Ryan and Stephen beating up on each other. But in this case, Stephen's on the big bike, Ryan's on the little bike. Stephen's kind of beating him up a little bit there. Hey, it's racing. You got to do what you got to do. Ryan doing a great job out there on that motorcycle, still staying in front of several other people, including some other big bikes. Ryan just trying to catch every point that he can right now while his bike goes and sees the doctor. Ryan Shue not letting Stephen Rue just have his own way. No, this isn't Burger King. I'm going to make you earn this. Rue wants to catch up to the back of Jason Nelson. Ryan Shue right on Rue's tail as they come out of the bus stop. This may be our Formula Pacific Championship battle at some point, depending on who shows up at what race. So Ryan and Rue looking for every point that they can get. Ryan, oh my goodness, did I just see Ryan Shue throw it underneath Steven and the left-handed kink? I think Steven just took it back as they go over the top of Phil Hill. Little wheelie there, Steven Rue. It's going to kind of ruin his drive. Ryan Shue's going to try to throw it up on the underneath him. No, thinks better of it. Back into the sweeper. Jason Nelson has no idea what's going on behind him. He may, if these guys get around him and have to watch it instead of not know about it. Riders are back single file as they come through the S's. Leaders on the straightaway. Hayden Meng commanding lead. Sahar's Vic starting to hunt down Eugene. Sahar's Vic with a 51.2, 51.5. Eugene... updated timing and scoring. Sahar's Vic with a 49.7, 49.7, fastest lap of the race. He is coming for Eugene, may even be coming for Hayden. Was that Ryan Shue and Steven Rue still going at it? Ryan taking advantage of the better handling, smaller bike, takes advantage of Steven Rue into turn 2. Now has it as they go into turn 3. Ryan Shue's looking for the inside pass on a Jason Nelson. Not happening there. Ryan Shue riding that little bike. Great. Maybe he should move back to little bikes and kick everybody's butt on them. Here we go. Ryan Shue into the bus stop, looking for an inside move on Jason Nelson. Ryan Shue's definitely got speed. Going to try the inside of the bus stop. Gets. Whew, man, that's a sticky place to try to do a pass. Runs it wide coming out of bus stop. Not sure if that's intentional or if that's just his natural line. Ryan Shue right on the tail of Jason Nelson. Steven Rue's falling back just a little bit. Ryan Shue trying an inside pass on the kink. Oh, I think he made that work. Ryan Shue on the kink before Phil Hill gets it done. Brave place to pass, carrying lots of speed as he comes out of Riverside. Eugene's going to want to get it back into the sweeper. Ryan sets up for a really wide entry, carrying all the speed that he can. Ryan Shue riding phenomenally now into the S's. Leaders down the front straightaway. Sahar's Vic has gotten around Eugene McMail. Back into the 51s. Sahar's Vic still the fastest person out there right now. Hayden's time's falling back into the 51s. They got to do this for 7 more laps. 7 more laps? 9 more laps. 14? 12. I think they got to do this for 9 more laps. Sahar is coming. Sahar is definitely coming for these guys. Watching Jason Nelson going into turn 3, flipping it over to the left for Cotton Corners. This is where Ryan Shue really starts to close back up as they go over the top of Cotton Corners, down into the Grapevine, over the wheelie bump. Ryan pulls up right on the back of him. Nice and collected, no big wheelies as they go over there. Ryan's really good as they come into the bus stop. Not close enough to get a pass done, but pulls up right on the tail of Jason Nelson. This is for that's for 4th place. I was like, oh, we're fighting for a podium battle here, but they are fighting for every point. I know that Ryan's fighting for every point that he can get, so every pass matters. Put somebody between himself and Rue. Not close enough as they go. Oh, my goodness. Ryan Shue around the outside of the kink as they go up the hill into Phil Hill. Ryan Shue has got all the speed and all the bravery to make a pass in a place that I think is not easy to pass. Jason Nelson trying to get that stopped. Nope, Ryan Shue holding on to it as they go through the sweeper. Ryan Shue coming through the S's, putting on a show, putting on a clinic right now. How to carry speed. Leaders through the front straightaway. Nothing has changed. Sahar's Vic. Hayden, he's coming for you. Sahar's Vic still the 5th fastest rider out there. 50.4. He is a full second faster than Hayden Meng in front of him. Sahar's Vic is on the hunt. 3 seconds down, but cue the shark music. Watching Ryan Shue now coming out of turn 2. That's Jason Nelson I'm looking at. Jason probably got past him on the straightaway, and I wasn't paying attention because I was looking at the other bikes. Watching our top 3. They're all kind of strung out right now. Zahar's Vic, he's making a case for it. Watching now Jason Nelson, the super shiny. You can tell who he is. Ryan Shue not too far behind him. Looks like Terry Hurd got around Stephen Rue. Missed where that happened. So focused on some of this other action. It is Terry now in 6th place. Stephen Rue following another spot back. Watching riders come through Riverside. This is where Ryan Shue shines. I know that Jason's got the shiny bike, but Ryan's got the speed as they go through it. Not this time. Ryan Shue is unable to get a pass done. I think that Jason has kind of figured out where he needs to be to keep that from happening. Into the sweeper. This is where Ryan Shue has been carrying a lot of speed. Nothing you can really do about this. Really tricky place. Very single file. Oh, whoa. Jason Nelson has a moment. Huge thanks again to Brian and Air Max Imaging for bringing us these images. We got to see Jason Nelson have a big moment as he was getting on the power into the first kink of the sweeper. Watching riders coming down. Oh, Jason Nelson, massive wheelie as he goes down the straightaway. Really extends the gap over Ryan Shue there. Who's that behind Ryan? That is Terry Hurd. Terry's picked up the pace as well. The pace is picked up for all these mid-pack riders. Terry Hurd doing a 52.1, so he is now caught up to the back of the Shue and Nelson battle. Zahar's Vic down to a 51. Hayden has picked up his time a little bit. Maybe he knows that someone is coming. I believe that might be the father out there giving him signals, letting him know that, hey, man, you got to pick up the pace. So Hayden Mang's picked up the pace a little bit, but Zahar's Vic, still the fastest rider out there. Hayden Mang front straightaway. Sorry, that was a little confused. Wrong bike. Watching Ryan Shue trying to make that move. He's got all that speed coming out of Riverside. Can't really do anything with it. Now he's just kind of stuck there. Trying to get that shiny bike out of his way. Maybe he's blinded by the light. Can't quite get that pass done. Max Klein bringing the bad puns. You know, there's poor Ryan. He's been blinded by the light, revved up like a shoe. What can you do? Sorry, having a bit of a giggle up here. Lost sight of some people. I can see Hayden. I can see Zahar. Still time. Still 6 laps to go. Zahar's not gaining time like he was before, but there is still time enough, depending on tire choice and fitness, could play a big difference. Looking for my Ryan Shue Nelson battle. A little bit of a gap now as I watch him go through Riverside this time. Who's that was? I said that was behind them. It was Terry Hurd. They're all kind of spread out right now. Come on, boys. Can we get back together and keep this more fun for me? Here we go, leader coming down front straightaway. Sahar, massive wheelie trying to get on the power coming out of Sunset. Looking for some timing. Looking for my timing. Sahar's Vic, 51.6. Hayden Mang, 51.9. 0.3 seconds. 2.5 second difference. You're going to need to find more time, Sahar, if you're going to get down 2.5 seconds with 5 laps to go. It's still possible. Eugene McMail also doing 51.6, but he's a full 4 seconds back. He's not a contender. Greg Olson coming by now. Out there on his 600. Lost sight of a bunch of things. Looking for my leaders. Believe I got Hayden coming onto the front straightaway now. Sahar's Vic looks visibly closer to me. Yeah, visibly closer. Looking at some timing as they go across my screen here. Hayden Mang dropping into the 52s, 52.5. Sahar's Vic, 51.6, staying very consistent. Gap down to 1.7. Sahar is coming. Sahar is coming for Hayden. There's 4 laps to go. I think this is 3 after this one that we're on. Sahar's Vic is coming for him. Remember that after this race is over, we will do the Formula Pacific Podium celebration located right here at the podium area. So come and join us. This is, I think we could end up with a barn burner at the very end here. So Sahar's Vic is getting there. He's making a case for it. Eugene McMail is properly behind, but owns it. No one behind him. He doesn't have to worry about Ryan Shue. But the Ryan Shue, Terry Hurd, Jason Nelson battle is still entertaining. I can see the shiny bike now coming over the wheelie bump into the bus stop. Not close enough. Nobody here is close enough to be making this a battle. Ryan Shue's pace is dropped off. All these guys' pace is dropped off just a little bit. I don't blame them. They're doing 10 laps in. They're not quite close enough together to make it interesting. Unless Ryan's just kind of trying to save up a little energy for, and I'm kind of right. Ryan's like right back on his tail. He's going to go for that inside move again into the top of Phil Hill. Nope, not this time, but he was right there. So Ryan Shue has made up all that space and is now right back onto the tail. Sorry, friends, I was dealing with something up here on the radio, looking at my people. Sahar's Vic now only 0.8 away. We got 3 laps to go. Watching Sahar go through, turn into the bus stop. They are about 8 bike lengths away. Sahar's Vic still doing 51s, Hayden down to 52s. You kind of feel like this is an eventuality at this point. Sahar's Vic is coming. Couple of laps left to get it done. Meanwhile, Jason Nelson, Ryan Shue. Wow, so they're definitely going for it over there. The Ryan Shue, Jason Nelson. We saw them as the wheelie bump, right, Max? So I just saw that through. Yeah, they went 2 wheels off the inside of the wheelie bump. So that was a little dirt tracking and wheeling at the same time, keeping control of that motorcycle. Ryan Shue has not given this one up. Riders up and over Phil Hill. Ryan Shue right on the tail. Jason Nelson. Ryan's looking for any kind of advantage he can find. Different line, different something. You know, he's obviously given up a ton of speed. 1,000. Here we go. Leaders onto front straightaway. Sahar's Vic is coming. He is significantly closer. Is he close enough to make the pass into turn 1? No. He knows he's got another lap to go. He does not need to worry about it just yet. But he is absolutely closing up on the tail of Hayden Meng. Hayden has owned this race for most of it, but Sahar is coming. Hayden has dropped his time significantly from the previous lap, but Sahar is still faster. We think it is possible that these guys are going to catch up to the very back of our field. That might be Jeff Rose out there, who may play a role in how this race finishes. Yeah, Jeff going through the bus stop right now. Here comes Hayden and Sahar into the bus stop. Maybe they'll get lucky. They'll catch Jeff on the outside of the Riverside where it won't affect the outcome. Looking for my leaders. Lost sight of them. I think they're about coming through the S's now. It looks like Sahar's Vic is right on the tail of Hayden Meng. If he's going to go for a pass into turn 1. Oh, there's a lapper in between. That is going to be Jeff Rose. Jeff is a lot faster on his R1. Sahar's Vic has fallen off the back a little bit. Not sure if there was a traffic got in the way somewhere. Sahar is unable to get around Jeff Rose as they go into turn 1. Jeff is now playing a role in how the outcome of this race, a very unfortunate one. Jeff gets barged out of the way as Sahar goes for a dive bomb pass on the inside of 2. Hey, kid, get out of the way, man. I got to catch this dude. 1 lap left. White flag is flying. Unfortunately, Sahar is a little further back, having dropped to the 52s, having to fight his way around Jeff Rose. Can he pull it up on this last lap? Can he bring that? Well, it means noticeably closer as they go through turn 5. I don't know if he's going to have enough to get it done. I lost sight of my Jason and Ryan battle as well. Max, if you see them somewhere, let me know. I'm going to keep my eyes on Sahar's Vic, who is coming. He is very close to Hayden Meng as they go through Riverside. This is where Sahar is fast. His bike's got the power. He is right on his tail now. Where is Sahar going to go for that pass? They lose sight of them as they go through over Phil Hill. Can't see anybody. My live stream is on another battle, so I've lost sight of where Sahar and Hayden are. They're going to be coming through the sweeper right now. Okay, I can see him into the back straight coming out of the S. Sahar is right on his tail. Sahar is going to try to line this up for a straightaway pass. I think he's going to try to do that. He is 4 bike lengths back. Does he have the power to get it done? Sahar is on the power as they go through it, and he's got it. He has got it. Did Hayden stick his hand up celebrating too early? Did he think he had that win? Sahar takes the win by 0.066 seconds. Sahar Zvik takes that victory by half a wheel length. I think Hayden may have celebrated a little too early. So, and that is Eugene McMail taking the 3rd place. All right, that was an interesting race. I appreciate that. We're going to do our podium celebration. Checkered flag is flying. So race number 10, this is your first call, okay? Race number 10, first call. Our other calls will come from our wireless down at the podium. Come join us. I got some champs here. I got some trophies here. Somebody will help me carry them down right now. I'll see you guys down there in just a minute. has a Mac set. Can you ask? Hear us? We're doing a live stream mic test. Live stream mic test. Andrea, can you ask if he can hear me? This is a mic check. This is a live stream mic check. We want to make sure that our microphone is paired to our camera. Max Klein mic check. Max Klein mic check.
I can see it on here. Voice chit-chatting. No, that's not my job.
I filmed all the way up, so that's really kind of make these races shorter. What? Hey, Prepsi for Moto, right? Yeah, those guys have longer laps than that. That means you just have to tune it down to less power. Yeah. You can't keep up with him.
Oh, you're fine. You're good for like another.
So if you guys don't know, we live stream this. You can go back onto YouTube and watch it. Obviously, since you guys are in front, all we do is talk about you the whole time.
Yeah.
So you can go back and watch that.
Yeah, I watched the Oxymoron.
Yeah.
Last night I watched it. I saw an improvement because the drone cam helped me know that I was messing up turn 2 really badly. Yeah.
You're like, oh, is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, and I was like, why am I going out so wide?
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a second.
Hey, these other guys aren't doing that.
Yeah, they're going faster than me, so. Yeah, that drone really helped.
Flying over there, we're back to the team. Right now, those guys are not paid anything to do this. Just volunteering to find some sponsorship. Everybody here, are we ready to do this? Okay. All right. Oh, Paul just said I'm in charge. You are so in trouble. Hey, everybody, let's get all our podium finishers up here on said podium. Welcome here. I know several of you, all of you, none of you have done an AFM podium before. Here in Formula Pacific, third over here. This is our celebration. Sahara, you got to come too? Sorry. I know. That's what happens when you have to stand on the podium and talk. Hayden. Great. All right, we're gonna try to make this quick so you guys can get out of the sun. I know you've been cooking up there. 14 laps in the heat is a lot. It was a great race for me, at least at the end, because I could see some stuff was coming. Hayden, you have a great launch. So keep that up. I know you're only on a 750. I say only, but really great launch, great reaction time, great putting power down. So that was fantastic. But we're going to start over here in our third place. You did not have the most interesting race. These guys kind of got away from you a little bit, but you did have some moments. You were looking good out there. You were talking about how you made a little bit of changes after yesterday's race. You want to tell us about your event and your sponsors, and thank whoever you want to.
Yeah. So the launch, I couldn't believe Hayden got out in front of me. Typically, I launch off the line pretty well, and he shot so killer. And then he just walked away. I couldn't keep up with him. I knew Sahar was going to come at me at some point. Same spot he usually does it, right before Phil Hill. So he got me, and those guys just checked out. I just tried to ride my race, and I've never done a race this long before, and so it was like, it's eye-opening, to be honest. I ran out of gas physically, and my bike ran out of gas, so it was tough. But congratulations to Sahar and Hayden. You guys ran an awesome race. But it's awesome to be up here on the podium in an AFM race. Great organization with a lot of competition, so I've enjoyed it here. I would like to thank, first and foremost, Jeff Whitner from Long Beach BMW. My bike, the water cooler, broke last weekend at the track here. He was able to get it fixed in 2 days at Long Beach BMW and make it happen. Thank you, Ivan from Motor Ride House. He's been helping me out with bike setup and choosing the right tires for the race, and without him I wouldn't do as well as I've done, so thank you, Ivan. Thank you so much to Bunny. I love you. There's no better crew chief in the world than Bunny, so thank you so much to the people that showed out to the podium. I appreciate you guys coming out to watch, and thank you, AFM.
Thank you, brother. Sorry, I didn't warn you that you have two microphones here. The reason you have two microphones is we have a local one and we have our live stream one. So that's shooting into our camera there, and of course we have our drone shot up high. All right, Hayden. So we were talking to you earlier. You are clearly have great at launching. Tell us about your race. Tell us about why you put your hand up right at the very, very end, and thank whoever you want to thank.
Yeah, my race was pretty boring for the most part. Halfway mark, I started seeing my gap behind me get lower and lower, started getting a little anxious, scared me. Just boring race, was sliding everywhere, so hot out. I'd like to thank CT for keeping me on two wheels. I'd like to thank CT for keeping me on two wheels. AFM for putting on the race, my aunt and uncle for coming out and supporting me, Venom Sport, KYT, all you guys for helping me out. Thank you.
All right, Zahar, it looked to me like you did not get a great start, and then you got kind of shuffled back a little bit, and I thought, I don't know you very well, and I'm like, he's coming. I think he's going to come. And you did. You passed some people, and then you had a big gap to him, and I was like, I wonder, is he going to come? And I'm watching the timing and scoring the whole time. I'm watching the lap times come down, and at some point I think I even said, cue up the shark music. And it looked like you may have got hung up in traffic a little bit. You get a little bit of a gap, and then it looked like you were just going for it at the end. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, the strategy was to really conserve energy to the end of the race, checking the lap times through the weekend. I figured I can cruise around with the guys and then put a couple of laps with my head down and try to finish first, but this little thing here gave me a big surprise. The start was quick, so I was caught on not ready, and I had a shitty start. But I figured, okay, I can slowly pick up the guys, but him and Eddie pulled off, and I'm like, okay, I gotta move. And I start passing, and then close the gap to Eddie first, and managed to go around him. And then try to get to him, but I was already like exhausted, and the rear lost edge grip. It was a good drive grip, but not edge grip, so I had to lower my mid-corner speed and figure out how I'm going to make time without the edge grip. So did some adjustments, managed to get close to him, got tired, and then we caught a back marker. I had to bonsai move on him in the turn 2. Just to make sure he doesn't pull off like he did to me last time at the CRA. Yeah, I managed to close the gap. I figured I'll stay with him. I thought I'll pass him at the last corner, but he was pushing on the brakes, and I figured, okay, let me just drive around him. And then he cut to the left. I'm like, oh, shit. So I went to the right, and I managed to get him by a wheel or something like that. That was not the plan, let me tell you. My plan was to have a good gap behind me, but man, it was fun to chase someone, because all weekend pretty much I was by myself. And I figured, I'll take it easy. I brought my two little ones with me to keep me in check. I said I'll take it easy this weekend, but he changed the plan. It was fun. It was fun. I really have to thank Dunlop, Ivan here, whoever need good tire, go to him. It's an R3 in this heat. I'm surprised it lasts the race, and 14 laps. It's still good. And then Cha-Cha-Cha, Terry from Cha-Cha-Cha Motorsport, he helped me with my program. K-Tech, Hot Bodies, Apex, Assassins, KYT, Vezra, Lieto. Who else is on my bike? I don't know, there's a lot of people helping me. Everybody put a little bit so I can be here on weekends and have some fun with the boys. But one thing surprised me, I thought he's going to get tired and come back to me, and I'm like, I forgot he's 12 years old. Those people don't get tired. So I think I'm going to have to elevate my cardio a little bit and come back a little bit stronger. But thank you, AFM. It was a great event. I love it. 14 laps is no joke. It's a good preparation for Moto America. So keep on doing what you're doing. It's great.
Thank you, all of you guys for the work, for the show that you put on. We got some champagne here for you to celebrate. You know, if you don't want to get on your bike, you might want to move your bike. So give it up to our Formula Pacific finishers. I don't know. So I only heard that recently, and I'm like, okay, on my sheet,